5 technical sessions in which we are having very qualified resource persons. In this first session, that is the 9th technical session for today. We are having Dr. V. Purnachandra Rao from PRS and YRN College, Chirana, who is the resource person. And then we'll also be having presentations this first session today. And in the second session, after tea break, we have two resource persons, Dr. C. Balakote Garu, Associate Professor of Economics, Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, Andhra University,
Sir, mail it.
and Dr. Surya Prakash Rao, PVC Tharman College, Vijayawada. Okay, and so we will start
Mail the
today's
picture.
proceedings.
Email what na IT.
And I invite the resource person,
Ah,
Dr.
mail
V.
ID, sir.
Purnachandra Rao, VRS and YRN College, Chirana.
msc.34@marriage. Hey,
And
marriage Stella spelling
our Vice Principal, Degree Vice Principal, Isha Madam, Head Department
Sir.
of Mathematics, to please hand over.
Ah, sir.
Welcome him to the side.
Hmm.
And I
Duplicate.
invite
And PDF. Okay. Please.
Dr. Prasad Rao
I have
to
got
come
English.
on, please, and introduce the guest to the audience.
App.
And I also ask him to read the report.
Install చేస్తా మర్చిపోయేది సార్
Very good morning to one and all. I'm very happy. Yes, I'm very happy with the third day international conference, be a part of the program. Yes, V. Purnachandra Rao garu. The session one, third day, resource person who is a native of Chirala. Finished his schooling, intermediate, and even degree in Chirala. And he went to Andhra University where he finished his MA Political Science, MA Public Administration, and MA History. For MA Political Science, he is the university topper, and the university awarded him with the gold medal in MA Political Science. And he joined VRS and YRN Degree College, Chirala, as a lecturer. Later, he promoted senior lecturer, associate professor. Of course, he's retired recently in the position of associate professor. More than 37 years. More than 37 years he served to the PRS and YRN College, Chirala. And looking into some of his achievements, in 1981, was attempted UPSC civils, when he is cleared first mains and prelims and mains, and selected for what do you call Group B category. Even 1982 also, he attempted for second time. He cleared prelims and mains and faced the interview also. He got a Class B position, but he declined the opportunity because he want to serve the people and make the people the end. towards a response. The nation is a responsible people. Later he continued his service in the teaching as a teacher in the VRS and YRN College in the Department of Political Science. In the position where he conducted a number of national seminars and worked as a resource person for a number of years, more than 30 years. And coming to his other achievements, he wrote nearly 15 books for the Telugu Academy, Hyderabad, previous Andhra Pradesh, combined Andhra Pradesh. 15 books. He was worked as a co-author along with the state level, a top class authors like Professor Pothane Krishna Prasad, Professor P. Krishna Prasad, who is a top class professor in Andhra University. I also very known about Professor P. Krishna Prasad. And another important co-author, Dr. Bikana Balakrishna, who is a retired associate professor in Andhra, Rajahmundry Nanna University. Yeah, so nearly more than 15 books and 2 more books he wrote along with 2 more others, but the subject general studies for APPSC Group 1 as well as UPSC aspirants. See, look at the person which is looking simply, but he is highly expertise. He is very good. He is an interest of his area of interest. Public administration, political science, even Panchayati Raj, rural development, and other important areas. And coming to, he convened nearly 25 national level seminars and conducted intercollegiate quiz competitions more than 30 years and conducted intercollegiate debating competitions more than 35 years. 35 years. See, look at the years I'm telling. We see the matter, many more programs, national seminars and international seminars, and as a resource person and intercollegiate elocution competition for the number of programs more than 35 years, intercollegiate, some other programs. Coming to other important books, Western Political Thought. Now my students, second BA, fourth semester students, the subject what I'm teaching, Western Political Thought, was written by Varun Chandragar. Yes, really. Along with my guru, my guide in PhD, Dr. B. Balakrishna. Both are under the book, Western Political Thought. And another important book, Political Thought in Telugu medium. In the Telugu medium, what you call Rajaniti Tattva Vicharam. In English, Political Thought. And he wrote a number of books for UG and PG category students. These are the books which is in practice across different, 2 states of Andhra and Telangana. Yes. And coming to other achievements, basically sir is very good at sports. Yes, in the sports area, is a district level kabaddi player. Kabaddi player and a tennis player, table tennis, caroms, chess. No, he's a very good all-rounder in different sports areas. And they given more than 200 guest lectures in different colleges in Andhra Pradesh. More than 200 guest lectures. If I give one guest lecture, it's nothing. But sir has given more than 200 guest lectures. Sir, thank you, sir. Thank you. Yeah, that's all. Thank you. Thank you, madam, for giving this small opportunity. Thank you, girls, and thank you, delegates. Thank you.
So it is indeed an honor to have such a versatile personality. He's an academician of great repute and someone who's really oriented towards reaching of the society. Sir, we are very happy that you are here with us this morning. And now I request you to deliver your response.
At the outset, let me thank the organizers for inviting me to illustrious and great institution which is spreading the knowledge and the awakening and the enlightenment among the women of coastal Andhra Pradesh for the last 60 years. It's a great service indeed done by Stella Pradesh in this part of Andhra Pradesh. And I'm honored today that I came here, I stand before you, and it's a great privilege bestowed upon me. And the liberal words of introduction, which gives me a lot of strength to stand before you and say outrightly about the very topic, which is said to be very, very loaded. This is the India's influence in global diplomacy. It's a vast area. And the most important problem for me is how to concise the data, concise the information, concise the theories of diplomacy that evolved in this country from ages. So I start my speech with let 100 flowers bloom in the beautiful garden of this college, and let 100 schools of thought contend from this podium so that we interact and we arrive at truth finally. And let the truth serve the society, and we carry forward with these ethical, moral qualities and standards which your college proposes for the entire people to whom they are instructed here. And when I talk about the global influence of India on diplomacy, when the entire world lives either in jungles or in a state of uncivilized nature and not so evolved societies, entire world diplomacy generated here. Diplomacy originated in India. If you go back to the days of Mahabharata, when the cousins they met at Kurukshetra for a war to settle the scores of the division of territory, the division of the country. It was the diplomacy. It was the diplomacy that plays a vital role. The Kauravas, Duryodhana sent Sanjaya to the court of Pandavas for peace as a diplomat. In return, the Rajaguru of Drupada, father-in-law of Arjuna, was sent to the court, but failed. But finally, Krishna took the role of an ambassador to visit all the way and try to make peace with among the kings, between the clans, between the Kuru clan. And what I said and what we read is that the diplomacy that played a vital role but failed. When diplomacy fails, war will come. When Krishna's diplomacy failed, Kurukshetra war that took place. Before Mahabharata, there was Ramayana, where Rama he organized his troops and tried to defeat Ravana before starting the war. Rama sent Angada, the son of Vali, to the court of Ravana for peace, diplomacy. But the diplomacy failed, hence the war that took place. Even today, the nations that are in war, take for example any war, innumerable wars. Ranarangam kanichotu bhumandalamanta vetikina kanpinchadu. This is what Sri said. If you go and search in the entire global territory, you can find a small war or a big war in the entire world. But war takes place only when diplomacy fails. Even today, that's the case. When Israel is fighting against Hamas, it's the failure of United Nations. And it's the failure of America. It's the failure of Big Five, or the so-called global policeman. If there is a persistent war that is going on between Ukraine and Russia, it was equally so for the last 2 years. They are at war because failure. So, if you try to understand the global diplomacy or international relations or the countries that are playing vital role in the world politics, here till 1947, before 1947, for about 200 years, India is in a state of slumber. India is a slave country. India is a colonial country. Our masters are the British. They came, they conquered, they saw this country, they saw the divisions within the country, and they conquered, and they ruled for about 200 years. Before 200 years before the onset of British rule, India is said to be the most powerful global power. If not a superpower, it's a global power. For in every aspect, people from all parts of the world, they come. And even before the Christ, and till the 9th century AD of India, before Christ, till before 5th century AD to 9th century AD, about 1400 years, India hosted, India conducted national, international education and university education, and they established about more than 20 universities. And for that matter, the Buddhist aramas are said to be the schools they served. Why I'm telling? Because almost all the people from Central Asia, China, Far East, Korea, and the people from Southeast Asia, and the people from Middle East, and the people from the so-called Greece, they come all the way. They stayed here as hostlers. They studied here. Hope you know that Pahyan, he came as a student. He studied here. Yeah, Yuan Sang, 15 long years he studied in Nalanda University. And the great Nalanda University hosted more than 50,000 manuscripts till the 10th century before Bhaktiar Khilji, that Muslim ruler, invaded and burned, destroyed the entire Nalanda University. So what I try to convey is that India has given a lot of civilizational values to the world, including diplomacy, the global diplomacy. The treatises were written, the books were written on diplomacy. If you study Mahabharata or Ramayana, you come across what are the evil effects of war. If the war comes to an end, what will be the scenario of civil life? And if you go through those books, you can come definitely some conclusions that India is a civilized force, a civilizing nation, and try to instruct globally about the values of no war. At the same time, telling, after the Kalinga War, Ashoka the Great, he hoisted track number 13, how vividly described the evil effects of Kalinga War. More than 150,000 people were butchered in the war, and about equal number of people were wounded, and about more than 1 lakh soldiers were taken as prisoners of war. Why I am telling all these things? How to treat the prisoners of war. India has given to the world before Vienna Conventions and before Geneva Conventions of 19th century Europe. How to treat your own prisoners of war. India has given the lead to the world. So, what are the rights of prisoners? How to treat what are the humanistic conditions to be maintained with them. So all these things are to come across. If you read very closely the history of Ashoka, I'm telling, this is said to be a global force, Buddhism, and the tenets of Buddhism spread on each and every corner of Asia. That was why Edwin Arnold, while writing the biography of Gautama Buddha, he said it is the light of Asia, and finally concluded that is not the light of Asia alone, but the light of the world, finally concluded. So, dear friends, from time immemorial, India has those civilizational values, and as a vast country, India has lost its direction during the colonial rule of 200 years, and we became slaves to the British Empire, and we are subjected to all sorts of exploitation, humiliation. But fortunately, in the year 1947, with the great sacrifices of thousands and thousands of freedom fighters under the able leadership of a galaxy of leaders, not one or two, to start with 1857 great Indian Sepoy Mutiny or the so-called Indian freedom struggle, the first battle of Indian independence till 1947. A galaxy of leaders guided India and won the freedom, and after that, hope India started once again. At the stroke of midnight hour, when the whole world sleeps, India awakes to life and freedom. India awakes to life and freedom from the ramparts of Red Fort, Jawaharlal Nehru, after downgrading the Union Jack, the British flag, and hoisting Indian flag. He addressed the nation from the ramparts. That is the tradition which is still going on every August 15. Our Prime Minister used to address the nation from the ramparts of Red Fort. The tradition first started by Jawaharlal Nehru in the year 1947, August 15. And that famous speech Jawaharlal Nehru said long years ago, "You have made a tryst with the destiny, but the time has come to redeem our promises and pledges." India, subjected to humiliation, insults, exploitation for 200 years of colonial rule, now awake and now arise, and we should not stop here. At the stroke of midnight hour, when the whole world sleeps, India awakes to life and freedom, to redeem our promises and pledges. So, Jawaharlal Nehru's speech, as a keen, very good student of history, he knows the destiny of the world. He is a very great wanderer of the entire world, and he is our first foreign minister, and equally so our prime minister. He has a great vision of India, and he evolved at that particular juncture a new policy called non-alignment, which is said to be a great division between the two power blocks then established. One was the NATO bloc headed by America, and the Warsaw Pact or the Warsaw Bloc headed by USSR, now a disintegrated Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. When the entire world was divided into two most powerful blocs, India that took a new stand and gave to the world, and about 140 countries joined under the bandwagon of India, a new diplomacy, a global diplomacy, to negotiate with the two superpowers and other developed industrial West for capital, for technology, for development, for everything, because these 140 countries are said to be backward. Once upon a time suffered from colonialism. As a result, their immediate and urgent problem is to elevate the poverty of people from poverty to development and rapid development, providing employment, industrialization, providing infrastructure. Stupendous problems. The entire country is illiterate, and the average lifespan was very poor. All the problems, how to improve the living standards, how to improve the longevity of the people, how to provide food, nutritious food, how to provide education. These are all the problems. To face all these problems, Jawaharlal Nehru evolved a new policy called non-alignment. This is the greatest contribution, and this policy of non-alignment guided more than 145 countries for about more than 30 years immediately after 1947 till 1975 or till the 80s. This is said to be the single largest and global influence. And we took a principled stand between the two equal superpowers where we cannot be the bandwagon in their military establishments or in their military alliances or pacts. That was one thing. And these countries, particularly along with Jawaharlal Nehru, Marshal Tito of Yugoslavia from Europe, and Gamal Abdel Nasser of Egypt, these trio are said to be, and along with these three, Ferdinand, the Cyprus Prime Minister Ferdinand Marcos are said to be Archbishop. These are the four said to be the what you call the non-alignment movement or NAM. We call it NAM, non-alignment movement. And it was a global force which averted wars between Russia and America. It was a global force which played neutral role in the war that took place between Russia, China at one side, and Korea, the North and South Korea divide. And they played a vital role in bringing peace in Vietnam. And they played a vital role when Suez Canal was nationalized, when the British, the French, the Americans, they tried to destroy Egypt. Once again, it was these countries which tried to bring peace among the nations. And the NAM tried and they championed for the cause of nuclear-free world, where the nuclear weapons can destroy the entire world, not once or twice. With the nuclear weapons possessed by USA, the entire world can be reduced into ashes. Entire living beings can be reduced into ashes not less than 26 times. With the nuclear equally possessed by Russia, the Russian weapons too can equally destroy the entire world, the entire life on Earth about 23 times. If you keep one globe here, at the rate of 26 globes, America can destroy. Russia can destroy 23 globes. So what is the meaning of victory in the war if the third world war that took place? If the countries fought with nuclear weapons, that was why it was the non-aligned countries. It was India. They tried at so many levels. Okay, possess the nuclear weapons. Try to reduce them progressively. If you don't want to produce, declare that it is our policy not to use first. No country. First of all, declare that we, the Indians, we, the Pakistanis, we, the Americans, we, the Russians, or we, the British or the French, who are said to be the nuclear forces, we are not the first to use nuclear weapons. If every country abide by the same principle, there is no nuclear war. Definitely. So this is the policy which India guided. And for that matter, I'm telling you, my dear friends, foreign policy is always dynamic, very, very dynamic. It shall never be a static one. It shall never be a static entity. According to the situation, according to the politics that play, according to the changes that took place globally, according to the convenience, pragmatism is the real guide of any foreign policy. Pragmatism, the realistic approach that is more important for any country. So no country's foreign policy is static. It must always be dynamic. If your foreign policy is static, your country is nowhere in the global politics and your voice will not be heard. In political science, we used to say, he who unrepresented, unheard. If your voice is not represented, you will be unheard. If you are not unheard, you are said to be a global remote backbencher, not in the forefront of the world politics to manage the world affairs or global affairs. So knowing pretty well about this trend, a country, see, way back in 1924, Lord Palmerston of British Foreign Minister, the then British Foreign Minister in the year 1924, and later he became British Prime Minister also, he declared that Britain as a nation has no permanent friends, Britain has no permanent enemies, but Britain has only permanent interest to preserve, protect, and defend. According to preserve, protect, and defend the national interests of Britain, they make friends. They make friends out of enemies. They make enemies out of friends. As far as their national interests are served. So that is the pragmatic principle which guided the entire world countries. Whether you propagate peace, whether you preach morality or ethical standards to the nations, but one must be very realistic in international politics. So a country will be developed only depending upon how they try, how they made alliances, and how they came out from the alliances according to the situation. I tell you, my dear friends, in the year 1938, when the entire world is agog with war, and the days of the clouds of Second World War looming large in the European horizon. At that time, Germany concluded a no-war pact with Russia, the then USSR. It was no-war pact. Though the pact was signed within no time in the year 1939, after a lapse of less than a year, on September 3rd, Russia declared war against Germany, or Germany declared war against Russia. And Britain declared war against Germany, and Germany declared, when Germany sent its troops to occupy Austria and Hungary with rapid speed. And when it tried to occupy Poland, immediately the Second World War took place, that started on September 3rd. It was September 1st, the German troops invaded Poland. And immediately Britain declared that on behalf of Poland, Britain is in war with or against Germany. On 3rd, the global Second World War that took place. So what happened? Russia immediately became rank number 1 enemy against Germany. A country, those two countries, just about 11 months ago, they concluded treaty, no war pact, but they began to fight each other till the Second World War concludes. Same is the case with alliances that took place in Europe, like Triple Alliance, Holy Alliance, Triple Entity. These are the alliances that are concluded before the First World War. So countries come forward, they make diplomacy, and they try, and how diplomacy plays a vital role. Hope you know how the Germany was unified. How the Germany was unified. In the year 1876, while addressing the German parliament, its great prime minister, von Bismarck, Otto von Bismarck, his prime minister, he was called the Chancellor. A prime minister in Germany, even today, is called the Chancellor. The Chancellor of Germany, who served Victor Emmanuel II, the German king. While addressing the German parliament, the Chancellor Bismarck said, contemporary issues of the day cannot be solved through debates and discussions of the parliament, but it can be solved only through blood and iron. So let our country prepare as a martial race, as a country with great military power, so that our enemy is France, our enemy is Austria and Hungary, and our enemy is latently the British. We have to defeat these forces. In order to defeat, we have to take the measures accordingly. So, in order to win the German unification, we have to make friends, a friend like Italy, came forward to help the German unification. Russia came to their help. This way, diplomacy plays a vital role in making friends and more the friends. According to it all depends upon the national interest to preserve. So, a foreign policy is nothing but the extension of our national policy. A nation will grow, will become very strong, and a nation will be recognized among the countries only when you acquire national strength and national power. This national power and national strength cannot be attained only through diplomacy alone, but national power can be established, can be attained through economic prosperity you create, through your industrialization, through your infrastructure, through your elite, through your educational standards, through the quality of life you provide to your people. And lastly, when your country is very powerful economically, automatically every country will respect you. This is what India has learned from immediately after 1947. The entire world, when they thought the entire world, including the British, wants to come back, though they conceded freedom in the year 1947, within 5 to 6 years, Indians cannot rule this country of vast territory. They once again invite us, we come back and we rule. That was the belief while leaving the British, while leaving this country by the British. Okay, and the second thing, India is divided into India and Pakistan. The problem of religion is not solved. With the division, Pakistan though made in the name of religion about equal number of 10 crores of Muslims live in India. So how can we divide India? Can we divide each and every village into India, Pakistan? In India, it's an impossible task, but in the name of religion. But still, the communal problem is very powerful at that time. The Sikhs are asking Khalistan, and the princely states are very powerful. They are making hell of noise. The Nizam now wants to declare independence, and he wants to become Osmanistan and affiliated to Jinnah, or what you call Pakistan. And this way, India is a pertinent problem for the entire globe. And the Kashmir problem, it was also a problem created not by India and Pakistan, but it is created, nurtured by the big powers like America, Britain, France. The veto powers which saved, which spawned the Kashmir problem even today. It's a bone of contention between India and Pakistan, not because of India and Pakistan. Had this problem remained with India and Pakistan, we would have solved this problem long years ago. Had Americans, had the British, had the French not interfered on behalf of Pakistan. Who nurtured this military state? Who nurtured the Pakistan? It is in fact India that's not failed, as predicted. In the early 60s, our economics professors will know from 1967, 68, 69, India experienced drought, no rains at all. Our agriculture failed. Then we went and with begging balls to the Americans. They promised PL 480, and they supplied huge quantity of food grains. And from that particular point, the green revolution that took place, from that particular point, white revolution that took place under the leadership of white revolution, but this Korean, a Kerala Christian Catholic, who went to Gujarat and created the Anand experiment. And The Green Revolution under the guided, able leadership of Madam Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, Sri Subramaniam as Agriculture Minister, and Swaminathan MS Swaminathan, the great agriculture scientist. This trio, both of them, all the three are awarded Bharat Ratna. What I mean is, because of them, the Green Revolution that took place. India once again, after 70s, it's the culture, blue revolution. If you see, once upon a time, India went to the European countries, Canada, America, Latin American countries, with a begging bowl and asking for food grains. Now, today, India is exporting and sustaining 140 crores of Indian population, its own food grains. And the stocks we maintain is sufficient to feed another 40 crores of people. We maintain these food grains as buffer stocks in our Food Corporation of India, and we export not less than food which is sufficient equal number, about 40 crores every year. This is the agricultural resilience that India attained after 1980s. And what about the Green Revolution? What about the White Revolution? Once upon a time, the global powers tried to underestimate the Indian quality of milk revolution. But a miracle that took place in the cooperative sector, a rural farmer, which is said to be the kingpin of global, and the revolution that is pisciculture, blue revolution. We are exporting, see, about $60 billion of American dollars of prawn to the entire world. So what food stuff is not being exported from India today? As well as India is also equally importing from other countries because India is becoming fat. When the prices in America increased, the then president said, Indians are eating a lot. Indians are not exporting at cheaper prices. Indians are eating. That was why prices in America are increasing. And these are the some angles, some aspects, and our own self-reliance and self-dependency. Okay, self-sufficiency, the slogan that was given, self-sufficiency and self-reliance, are said to be these two guiding principles which made India this great dream into a reality. Then came, nobody knows, we missed it. We missed it. The first industrial revolution because we are under the colonial rule. Okay. We are under the colonial rule. The first industrial revolution with coal, iron, and shipping navigation. The second industrial revolution, we missed it. That is establishing gigantic industries, steel industries, iron and steel industries. We missed the third industrial revolution, that is nuclear power. Now, the fourth industrial revolution, after 30 years of independence, after 35 years of independence, India became a global power, not alone, global superpower in the fourth industrial revolution. Can anyone say what is that industrial revolution? The fourth industrial revolution that took place silently without anybody's notice, but India became a superpower in the fourth industrial revolution. Can anyone in the students? It's a silent revolution. That revolution took place in the halls and corridors of the colleges and universities. Now, the revolution has been extended even to the schools because of pandemic. That is, it is information technology. You are right, madam. This is information technology silently made India the global superpower. As a result, just see wherever you go, you come across Indians with knowledge. Wherever you go, on whatever flight you enter, you can find Indians. Youngsters of 22, 25 to 30, less than 30 years of young boys and girls work together. They are going to each and every corner of the world. They are going to Japan. Korea, Ukraine, Russia, entire European countries, America, Canada, Latin America, Africa, wherever there is a possibility to establish one computer center, you can find Indians there. If you go to America, there you can find no hospital is free from Indian doctors. No hospital, doctors, nurses, the Indian engineers and scientists are said to be, you can find ubiquitous, you can find everywhere in America and in Europe. So it is the Indian diaspora, once again come to the diplomacy. Now India is using its human resources as a great diplomatic trump card. If you want, if Trump wants to win in America, he has to play a trump card called Indian card. If Biden wants to win the American elections, he has to play an Indian trump card. So the global Indian diaspora, particularly about more than 48 lakh Indian people are there in America, whose annual income was said to be, per capita income is estimated $1,22,000 per annum each from the Indian community alone. On the other hand, the entire American average popular national income, when divided, personal income is said to be less than $80,000, madam. This is a fact. So, on an average, more than $42,000 American dollars, each and every Indian number more than 48 lakh are earning in America, whose funds, whose economy, whose savings are said to be shaking the entire American economy. That was why they are afraid. Every Indian is a rich fellow in America. So they cannot neglect India. So they are inviting Modi. Mr. Modi, you come and join. Order Modi. We conduct a celebration in Texas where 80,000 Indians gathered and supported the so-called Trump in elections before, about 2019 before. So this way, wherever you go, you can come across the Indian diaspora. This Indian diaspora rise to the occasion. Indians are becoming the vice presidential candidates for both parties in America. And if you go to Canada, about 32 to 35 MPs are from Indian community elected to the Canada Parliament. And about 10 ministers are there in Canada. Any government that comes, whether liberals come or Labour come, Trudeau comes or whoever may be, 10 or 12 members from Indian community are said to be the ministers in Canada. And you cannot imagine without it. You see, about 100 top American companies, 22 American companies are headed by Indians as CEOs. Our Satyanarayana Telugu fellow, our Sundar Pichai from Tamil Nadu Madras, these are two perfect examples. And wherever you go, you see, even in space research, even in NASA, even in who are said to be the American National Medical Chairman is from Karnataka, Vivek. And the other fellow, Vivek Ramaswamy, is also equally playing a vital role in American politics. This way, so many people. Just about 3-4 days ago, one Irish Prime Minister resigned. He is from India also. He is from India. The Portugal Prime Minister is in India, an Indian. He went all the way from Goa and sent it. And this way, what I mean is, Indian as a diaspora is a vital force to play in international politics, and it is the best Indian trump card in diplomacy to play the Indian community, the Indian knowledge, Indian know-how as a winning situations. When India is facing so many ordeals from our neighboring country like what you call Pakistan, no countries are said to be permanent friends or permanent enemies. Though, just I said, I gave you one example, how Afghanistan and Pakistan are very good friends to dislodge the American-supported government in, that is Hamid Karzai, in Afghanistan about 3 years ago. They supported each other for 20 long years, and they trained the Afghan Mujahideens and the Talibans. Finally, Americans retreated, withdrawn. As a result, immediately after Biden came, they retreated. 40,000 American troops went away. Karzai resigned within 9 days, and there is a regime change, government change. Taliban's captured power. So immediately after Taliban's captured power, for about 20 long years, they collaborated, calibrated each other as if two in one with Pakistan, and they won the war within 2-3 months. The differences cropped up immediately. Now Afghanistan is number one enemy to Pakistan market. This is, there is no permanent friends, no permanent enemies. According to the situation of foreign policy, friends will become foes. This is the best example or the nearest example for it. And how Bangladesh, even a regime change, if you elect X, Y, Z in one particular country, the foreign policy depends upon the X, Y, Z's imagination. Don't forget that Jawaharlal Nehru determined Indian foreign policy. And it was Prime Minister P.V. Narasimha Rao who has given a new orientation and thrust to the Indian foreign policy, that is, it's better to look towards East. East means we have to look towards Burma, Thailand, Vietnam, Cambodia, Philippines, Indonesia. These are the countries. Let us make inroads. So this is the thrust he has given. And when I.K. Gujral became Prime Minister, he has given a new thrust. When Prime Minister Vajpayee became Prime Minister, when Vajpayee became Foreign Minister way back in 1977, till the other day, China was an untouchable for us. Immediately Vajpayee made a hectic trip to Beijing and tried to break the strained relations. And after that, Rajiv Gandhi went as Prime Minister to Beijing, and India, China became once again bhai. But it grows only in trade, but not in politics. Okay? As a result, the bilateral trade increased more than $80 billion each year. But unfortunately, the Chinese has not changed their true colors. And proclaiming and declaring that China is our friend, Hindu Chini Bhai Bhai, when Jawaharlal Nehru and Chaganrai of Prime Minister China and worked together in the Afro-Asian forums and the non-aligned country meetings. Chaganrai was invariably a good orator and a guest of honor, though not a member in the non-aligned club. Though Nehru and Chaganrai worked together, though China and India has civilizational relations for the last 4,000 years, though Gautama Buddha is adored throughout China, you can find more than 5 million Buddhist statues in China alone. Not that number in India. I'm telling you honestly. It was Buddhism which civilized the Chinese, the Koreans, the Mongolians. And we are said to be the great teachers. When Buddhism in its heyday, during the times of Ashoka, when the summer comes, the snows will melt, and immediately more than 90,000 of Buddhist monks visit, go settle, propagate Buddhism in the Far East, Central Asia, Far East, Southeast, and most of them will not come back once again to India, but they permanently settle as civilizational ambassadors. This is the soft power of India that carry. When Prime Minister Modi offered International Yoga Day for United Nations, it is also equally a soft power. Now, if you go to America, if you just learn tooth and nail the practices of yoga and pranayama, you can live a decent life and you can settle decently anywhere in Europe, anywhere in America. You can start your own school of yoga. That is the soft strength of India. Okay? The knowledge which you possess. Now, India is hosting not less than 6 lakh students every year who are coming all the way to study here. And Japan was said to be the second largest economic power immediately from 1960 onwards till 1985. For about 25 years, America is number one economic superpower. The second superpower was Japan, not any other European country. But what is the status of Japan today? It declined. On the other hand, India rising to the occasion, and nobody's. I tell you that when they got surprised because of the Indian factor, Indian development, Indian surprise development, how India realized itself and how it became so great. Now India is possessing not less than 600 billion foreign exchange reserves. Whereas on the other hand, our neighbor who attained freedom in the year 1947 equally just hours before India, now they rule. And they don't have any foreign reserves to maintain the balance of payments, even for a week. That means they are not having even $5 billion. On the other hand, India is possessing $640 billion in terms of billions of dollars. In terms of gold reserves, India is Ratnagarbha. ఎక్కడికి పోయినా ప్రతి ఇళ్లలో కూడా మంగళసూత్రాల్లో ఇలాగా మీకు బంగారంగా వచ్చింది. The Indian middle class became so rich, and it's the strength of the country which possesses in so many ways. The soft power which played, now the yoga, now the software engineers, the lost technology, and on the other hand, technologically India is also competing with the Europe. Now we are sending our satellites to the moon, to Mars, even to the nearest Mercury and Venus. And not less than 20 satellites are being launched from Sriharikota from every year, once upon a time. The Indian scientific research was carried just to launch an experimental rocket, the two goes up to 1 mile into the space. Scientists in Tumba, they carried these rocket loads on the bicycles, on the bicycle stands, on the back stand of bicycle they carry. That is the poor state. And our Indian national cricket team, while they go to Britain, the players used to ride on a bicycle to the aerodrome, Santa Cruz in Bombay. On those days, our players. Now, what is the rich story? Who are said to be the richest players in the world? Our Kohli is the richest player. Our Gavaskar is the richest player. Our Sachin Tendulkar is the richest player. And our Dhoni is the richest player, whose annual income exceeds more than 300 crores, which is more than that of the greatest American stalwarts in tennis. So now the entire world is looking towards India. How to encash them? The Australians are coming. The British are coming. Aya, we come to your country, we play in your IPL, just pay something. They are now begging for, and they are begging, they are just coming and sharing not their knowledge, our prosperity. Now, it is the turn, as many predicted that the 21st century belongs to India and China. It is the human resources that makes that 21st century belongs to India and China. It is the policy makers. I told you so. Till 17th century, India is a great civilizational force in the world, a great power indeed. But we lost 2 years of direction. It is directionless. That is the dark age in the history of India. But immediately after independence, we try to realize our destiny. now our destiny. Now the time has to come to redeem our promises and pledges, as Jawaharlal Nehru said. Undoubtedly, the 21st century, by the end of 1940 or 1950, sorry, by the end of 2040 or 2050, India will become definitely superpower. Already acknowledged great economic power, one among the five. The status we reached within 10 years. Within 10 years, we reached the status of which five whose incomes are said to be, whose exports are said to be. So within another 15 years, from 1924, 2024 to 2040, 16 years, and another 5 years, 20, 21 years, India will definitely and ultimately reach the goal that India is superior, number one in the world, undoubtedly. I hope, and you are said to be the young generation. You will, by that time, you will be in your late 30s or 40s, and you enjoy the prosperity and you enjoy the prestige that the Indians carry everywhere. And I hope that you rise to the occasion. And in this matter, India is trying to use human resources as soft power as well as military power. Okay, this is said to be the what you call the global contribution of India. Though so much can be discussed, so much can be said, but the time is not at my side, and I am restricted to conclude my speech only hardly about say 40 minutes. You are exceeded. Excuse me for exceeding the limit. And thank you, ma'am. Thank you, the organizers. Thank you, the learned professors. And thank you, my dear student friends. Let noble thoughts come to us from every side, and let 100 schools of thought contend in this institution, not alone, but in the entire world. We accept, we agree, we disagree. If at all something is not acceptable for you, let us agree. I agree with you. At the same time, this is my piece of opinion. This is my independent thinking. You may have your own, but try not to influence my thinking. As somebody said, I'm not afraid of physical elimination of my body by the enemy, but I'm afraid of those who can destroy my consciousness. So is said by Jean-Paul Sartre and General de Gaulle, the Fifth Republic, the stalwart of France, who said, when Jean-Paul Sartre was alone, who is day in and day out criticizing General de Gaulle, the champion of French unity and integrity, and the champion of Fifth Republic, which gave the foundational stone to the present day French uprising and become a superpower and a military power. General de Gaulle, who led the French people and the army during the Second World War, he became its president and ruled for over 14 long years, the French president, since 1956. When de Gaulle was in his great pamper, like an imperial Julius Caesar, many a times the only dissenting voice was Jean-Paul Sartre, a university professor, a professor who started existentialism, a school of thought in philosophy, and later he was given the Nobel Prize in Literature also. Jean-Paul Sartre was alone in criticizing, and the cohorts, the sycophants went to de Gaulle and asked him, let us eliminate this fellow. Like Hitler, who eliminated millions and millions of Jews because they are expressing their dissent. As a result, who lost? It is the Germany which ruined, not the Jews. Both Jews died, about more than 60 lakh in the Fahrenheit, particularly in the Holocaust. But it was the loss of Germany. Even a single intellectual is lost. It is a debacle, it is a force, it is a great debacle. So, when I have a very sycophant approach to ban that fellow, to banish that fellow, or to impose restrictions on the freedom of speech and expression of Jean-Paul Sartre. De Gaulle said, yes, you are right, but one thing, General de Gaulle means France. France is de Gaulle, and de Gaulle is France. Not alone. Jean-Paul Sartre too is France. Not de Gaulle alone is France. Sartre is also France. That is the reply given. So what I mean is, I like to say that have the freedom of expression, have the freedom of opinion, freedom of speech, and stick on to your own ideals, but not yield to the pressures. Okay? Don't lose your individuality and identity. When you lost your individuality and identity, the country will lose its identity. The country's identity is equally important, and the country will be equally stubborn and equally independent when its citizens are independent. A foreign minister like Jaishankar, who was said to be very, very vocal, and he can equidexter like Savyasatchi. He can diplomatically talk and defeat both the Western Bloc and the Russian Bloc as and when necessary because of his eloquent study, practice, and the ins and outs of the enemy countries or the friendly countries, how they practice their policies in the past. Okay? So, dear friends, be proud, 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 and took the mantle to become the freedom lovers of India and carry forward the flag hoisted in the year 1947. And this flag should not fall down. It's your responsibility to shoulder great responsibility, the great responsibility. Okay, thank you. Bye for giving this opportunity for me. Thank you, ma'am.
I think that was one of the best talks that we had during this session, sir. I'm sorry we could not give you more time, but we do understand that through your talk, just a few points I'll just put forward, and then we'll have a felicitation. For that, I will request Sanat Kumar to propose.
Problem on the physical handicap.
So we understand that the foreign policy has to be
Physical
realistic.
handicap.
I think we have to be pragmatic and dynamic.
Seat so
And we also understand how India is playing a very important
Physical
role
handicap
in the
and full power.
influence of Indian diaspora. Indian soft power are making big strides in the world today, and that we need to take, we need to be self-reliant. I mean, India has become self-sufficient and self-reliant, and of course we are making our presence felt. I think we are setting in some aspect the benchmarks for international relations. So thank you so much, sir, for being with us. I'm very grateful to
Stage.
Dr. Prasad
Stage
for
Stage
bringing
में
you here. He was instrumental in bringing you here, and we are very happy, sir, with your talk. Now I request Sanat Kumar to propose a formal vote of thanks, and after that we'll continue the program.
Thank you very much, sir, for gracing us with your profound insights into the intricacies of Indian diplomacy. We are truly grateful for your valuable time, wisdom, and willingness to share your expertise with us. Your contribution has undoubtedly enhanced the quality of our discussion and will have a lasting impact on our understanding of Indian diplomacy. Sir, you went at length on wars or the consequences of failed diplomacy, no first use nuclear policy, and so many other aspects. Thank you very much, sir.
Please come on to the stage. Ma'am, recommend ma'am also can join us with the friend speaks. Thank you. I'm sure we will call you to our college again, sir, in the future academic endeavors. Thank you so much, sir, because your expertise has, I think our students were able to relate to many of the topics that you're talking about because they do study world history, they do study about wars and the diplomacy. You're talking about triple alliance, triple entente, all of that. So I'm sure you're able to relate to that. Thank you so much, sir. Now we will continue the presentations. We have some presentations lined up by our students and also first by our lecturers. So I will just read out the list of students and also the lecturers who will be presenting today. The following people to be please ready. I Sarath Garu, and then Supriya ma'am, and then Shanti Sri. And then students Aishwarya, Banu Chandana, anybody else? Evangeline. And I think we have some more presentations. Okay. Snehalata, Sabina, Madhuri. So we'll see how many we're able to pack in within this session, and a few more we can have perhaps in the next session. We're trying to see. Vinod Garu, are you ready? So Sarath Garu, I please give you 5 minutes each one of you, just chill briefly. Thank you.
Good morning, dignitaries, staff, and students. I'm K. Sharachandra, lecturer in journalism at Stella College. At the very outset, I would like to congratulate the Departments of History, PTM, Political Science, and Economics for organizing the 3-day international conference. The title of my paper is India's Diplomatic Initiatives, Analyzing its Approach to Global Issues like Terrorism, Cybersecurity, and Nuclear Proliferation. As this is a vast topic, I'm going to present my ideas in a very brief manner. See, India has consistently thwarted cross-border terrorism from Pakistan. So Pakistan has time and again sent Lashkar-e-Toiba militants, Jaish-e-Mohammed JEM militants, and we also have homegrown terrorists like Indian Mujahideen. So time and again, India has collaborated with other countries in sharing intelligence, and this has been a big problem for the entire world. Terrorism has been a big problem for the entire world. And with regard to cybersecurity, the cyber criminals are especially targeting the critical government infrastructure or websites. So it's time for India to utilize emerging technology, encourage digital literacy, and cultivate international collaboration in order to effectively combat the ever-changing cyber dangers and guarantee a secure and robust cyberspace. And with regard to nuclear proliferation, India's nuclear capabilities are influenced by regional dynamics, including long-standing conflicts with Pakistan and China. See, we are constantly at war with Pakistan and China. So these two countries pose challenges to nuclear deterrence and stability. And we have always maintained the stance of no first use policy, nuclear policy. And India has been hailed as a responsible nuclear weapon state. India, the mother of all democracies, has always, it has never used nuclear weapons first. It has maintained that stance. So India emphasizes dialogue, diplomacy, and adherence to international law as crucial pillars in addressing global challenges, aiming to foster a secure and stable global environment for all nations. Our Prime Minister Narendra Modi has focused on infrastructural development in the Northeast to ensure national security and territorial integrity. India believes that dialogue is the only way to resolve conflicts. Despite obstacles, I can only see a bright future awaiting India. In 2022, India surpassed its former colonial ruler Britain to become the 5th largest economy in the world. In the same year, we have seen Rishi Sunak becoming the first Indian origin Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. In the next 3 years, India aims to become the third largest economy in the world with a GDP of $5 trillion. The India government is also hopeful of India becoming a global superpower. In 2014, we saw Satya Nadella become the CEO of Microsoft. In 2015, Sundar Pichai became the CEO of Google. Our Prime Minister Narendra Modi has changed the world's view of India. He is considered one of the world's best orators. From LOC to LAC, India has responded to aggression in the same language. We have seen the Uri surgical strikes in 2016. India now has the strongest military globally. In ancient times, India has been the Vishwaguru. It has world famous universities like Nalanda and Takshashila. Yoga is India's gift to the world. However, India lost its glory in the subsequent years for various reasons. But now our country has been on the rise like never before, and it's on its way to reclaim its lost glory. I would like to conclude my speech with a quote by famous American writer Mark Twain. India is the cradle of human race, the birthplace of human speech, the mother of history, the grandmother of legend, and the great grandmother of tradition. Our most valuable and instructive materials in the history of man are treasured up in India only. I thank the organizers for giving me this golden opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for concluding so quickly. That was very nice. Okay. Now I invite Dr. Mrs. Supreme, Head Department of English. Okay, as we wait for her, I think I'll call upon Mrs. Shanti Sri from the Department of English to please present. Okay. And because we are running short of time, as she comes, we'll give her a chance.
A very good morning to the invitees, guests, speakers, participants, and my dear students. I'm Shanti Sri from the Department of English. I'd like to present my paper in respect. Till now, I think all of you must have heard about economical, political, historical, and now I would like to share my paper in a different perspective. So this, as I belong to literature, I would like to focus the diplomacy in the root of Indian literature. Firstly, I would thank the organizers for giving me this wonderful opportunity. And my paper title is Exploring Indian Diplomacy Through English Fiction, a study of Amitav Ghosh's The Hungry Tide. Exploring Indian diplomacy through English fiction, a study of Amitav Ghosh's The Hungry Tide, delves into the intricate portrayal of Indian diplomatic strategies and engagements with global issues as depicted in Amitav Ghosh's novel. Through a detailed analysis of the text, the article illuminates how Ghosh skillfully interweaves elements of diplomacy within the narrative, providing insights into India's diplomatic endeavors in the backdrop of pressing global concerns. The article begins by contextualizing Ghosh's novel within the broader framework of English fiction and Indian diplomacy, highlighting the significance of using literature as a lens to understand complex diplomatic relations. Drawing upon Ghosh's nuanced portrayal of characters and their interactions, the study examines the ways in which diplomatic themes manifest throughout the narrative, shedding light on India's diplomatic objectives and challenges. Central to the analysis is the exploration of how Ghosh employs literary techniques such as characterization, plot development, and setting to eliminate diplomatic negotiations, power dynamics, and cultural exchanges. By closely examining the characters' motivations and actions, the article reveals the intricate connections between personal narratives and larger geopolitical agendas, offering a rich tapestry of diplomatic engagements within the novel. Moreover, the article underscores the relevance of Ghosh's work in reflecting contemporary diplomatic realities, particularly India's evolving role in the global arena. Through a close reading of key passages and thematic motifs, the study elucidates how the Hungry Tides serves as a microcosm of India's diplomatic landscape, capturing the complexities and nuances of diplomatic relations in a rapidly changing world. Amitav Ghosh, a prominent figure in contemporary Indian literature, intricately weaves together the realms of fiction and reality in his novel The Hungry Tides, set in Sundarbans. The novel offers a compelling narrative that goes beyond mere storytelling, delving into complex themes such as environmental degradation, cultural encounters, and, most notably, Indian diplomacy on global stage. Through a lens of literary analysis, this paper aims to explore how Ghosh's novel serves as a microcosm of Indian diplomatic strategies and engagements with pressing global issues. By examining the characters, plot developments, and thematic elements within the text, this study seeks to elucidate the ways in which Ghosh portrays India's diplomatic endeavors and the challenges it faces in the navigating the complexities of international relations. The analysis of Hungry Tide reveals a multifaceted portrayal of diplomacy, wherein Ghosh skillfully navigates the intersections between personal narratives and larger geopolitical agendas, and through characters such as P.R. Roy, Kanai Dutt, and Fokir, Ghosh explores the complexities of cultural exchanges and the negotiation of power dynamics in metaphorical backdrop for India's diplomatic engagements with environmental conservation efforts and international cooperation. In conclusion, exploring Indian diplomacy through English fiction, a study of Amitav Ghosh's The Hungry Tide, offers valuable insights into Ghosh's portrayal of Indian diplomacy and its engagement with global issues. By analyzing the text through a lens of literary analysis, this paper contributes to a deeper understanding of how literature can serve as a potent tool for examining and interpreting diplomatic phenomenon in contemporary society. Furthermore, this study underscores the enduring relevance of Ghosh's work in reflecting India's evolving role in the global arena. I profusely, from the depth of my heart, thank all the organizers for encouraging me to present this paper before you all. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Shanti. Thank you, Sri. Thank you so much. Now I invite Mrs. Y. Supriya, Head Department of English, Stella College, to please come and present her report.
Yes, take care.
Yes. Organizers, delegates, students, good morning, everyone. I feel privileged to stand before you and present this paper. And first of all, my sincere thanks to the organizers for giving me this opportunity to share my views through this paper. And first of all, I congratulate the organizers for conducting this international conference on a vibrant topic like global diplomacy. My special congratulations to Beulah ma'am for including this area, global diplomacy, also in your topic, because of this topic, I think we English language teachers, we can have the chance to present a paper on this topic. And the title of my topic is The Role of Indian Diasporic Literature in Fostering Global Relations and Perception. And before I go into the details and before I present my study, I like to give a brief idea of what is diaspora. Diaspora is defined as a community of people who do not live in the country of their own origin, but they live in some migrant land. But even in that migrant land, they maintain their heritage. And initially, this word diaspora was used to refer to the scattering of Jews outside Israel after their captivity in Babylonia. And now this word applies to the movement of people from their own country to any nation or any country in the world. And now we see some characteristics of this community of diaspora. Diaspora, one of the main characteristics of diaspora community is, I think we can see the dispersion. And in that alien land, they also have the retention of collective memories and also vision about their original homeland. They usually recollect the physical location of their native land, history, and achievements. And they believe that they cannot be fully accepted by their host society, and therefore they feel partly alienated. And they regard their homeland as their true and ideal home. They believe that they should be committed to the maintenance or restoration of their homeland and to its safety and prosperity. And they continue to relate to the homeland and their ethno-community consciousness and solidarity with the existence of such relationship. And if we see how this diasporic literature originated, when this diasporic community experiences the sense of loneliness in the alien land and face non-acceptance and ethnic discrimination by the host community, they naturally suffer from the pain of being far off from their homes, the memories of their motherland, and the anguish of leaving behind everything familiar. And they attempt to assimilate, adapt, and also amalgamate with the society of the host community. At the same time, they also guard themselves against the host group. The most important means used for insulation by them is the continuation of the cultural practices and social traditions. And they are also torn between two cultures, two places, and two languages. Their broken psyche shed off its psychosis into writing. And the diaspora or expatriate writing, otherwise called, emerges, and the expatriate writer navigates a new literary space. And this diasporic literature includes all the literary works by the author living outside their native countries. Naturally, their works are associated or based on native culture, and they remain related to their homeland through their works. Diasporic writers deal with their quest for identity and their experiences during their settlement. And when we come to Indian diaspora, today Indian diaspora comes an important culture. Overseas community estimated at over 25 million is spread across every major region in the world. It is the result of different waves of migration over 100 years, driven by a variety of reasons: mercantilism, colonialism, and globalization. Indian diasporic writers transform their experiences in the host land into writing with a multicultural ethos and a profound understanding of socio-economic and cultural realities around them. And their diasporic writings form a cultural identity. Their existence in the alien country is recognized through their diasporic literature. Expatriate Indians gave powerful expression to their inner conflict in the context of a cultural displacement. Today, Indian diasporic literature has created an enviable corpus of literature in the world. this diasporic literature is chiefly based on the themes of displacement, alienation, assimilation, and acculturation. And their portrayal of dislocated characters gains immense significance with the geopolitical background of the vast Indian continent. And Indian diasporic literature deals with the socio-economic and cultural experiences of the writers in the area land, their experiences of adaptation and the challenges they face to adapt and assimilate in the host countries of foreign nations. Their writings help them break through the alienation and isolation, giving an outlet to their pent-up passions, emotions, and feelings. Old generation Indian diasporic writers like Raja Rao, G.V. Dasani, Santarama Rao have rediscovered their Indianness through their characters with a clear insight of their native land. And Anita Desai's Bye Bye Blackbird, Kamala Markandeya's Nowhere Man, Bharati Mukherjee's Wife and Jasmine, Chitra Banerjee's The Mistress of Spices, Amitav Ghosh's Shadow Lines, and so on depicted the positive aspect of displacement, the opportunity of having a double perspective and experiencing double cultural modes, which enables a migrant to face the dilemma of dual identity strongly. On the other hand, they proclaim the cultural background of India and its rich heritage to the entire world. In the works of Meeraj Dayal, Sasi Tharoor, Jhampa Lahari, Sunetra Gupta, etc., we see how little unappreciated things gain enormous significance in the changing conditions or situations. Other great writers of Indian diaspora like Nirmal Rajan and R.K. Narayan and Raja Rao had a strong dedication to explore the cruel realities of life in order to effect a desired change in society. Nationalism, partition, poverty, peasantry, communalism were some of the themes which were quite close to their hearts, with a realistic portrayal of contemporary Indian life. Their themes are wide-ranging and inclusive as the life in the age of globalization is immersed in the emerging issues of globalization and subsequent multiculturalism, feminism, queer theories, erosion of ethical values. Their works helped in propagating the culture and the ideals of India across the globe and created a new aura around the global India and built a novel image of India abroad. And this is all my reflection regarding this topic, how India developed global relations through this Indian diasporic literature. Thank you.
Thanks for the paper on India's global contribution to diaspora. Now, now I request the students to be ready. First of all, I call upon Aishwarya of second BHEP to come and present your paper. Due to lack of time here, we are rushing. If you have any doubts on any of this topic, you are always free, right? Free to ask them.
A very pleasant good morning to the respected lecturers, to the chief guests, and all my dear friends. I am Aishwarya Mani of 2nd BHP is here to give a seminar on the topic bilateral trade agreements between India and Sri Lanka. First of all, let us start by knowing what a trade agreement is. A trade agreement is an agreement that is made to promote the economic growth of a country and to also promote trade between the countries by reducing barriers such as import duties, tariffs, political and geopolitical tensions, etc. So there are different types of trade agreements such as bilateral trade agreement, regional trade agreement, multilateral trade agreement, free trade agreement, and customs union. Each type of trade agreement has its own scope and own objective. They are adapted to fulfill the needs and objectives of the participating countries. So one such trade agreement is the bilateral trade agreement. To simplify, it is a deal between two countries to trade goods and services easily between each other. In agreements like this, they agree on reducing taxes on each other's products to buy and sell things between them. So one such bilateral trade agreement is made between India and Sri Lanka, which is ISFTA, India-Sri Lanka Free Trade Agreement. It is signed in 1998, but it came into existence from March 1st, 2000. So it aims to promote trade between the countries by reducing tariffs. So another bilateral trade agreement is uh, the discussions between India and Sri Lanka are ongoing on another bilateral trade agreement called ETCA, which is Economic and Technological Cooperation Agreement. And the most recent cause would be COVID, which has affected the Sri Lankan tourism to a great extent. So, to address and solve all these issues, India has signed a bilateral trade agreement between Sri Lanka with Sri Lanka. So, from this slide, we can see the annual growth rate of India's trade with Sri Lanka from 2002 to 2020. The blue line depicting the exports and the orange line depicting the imports. In the initial years, there is a non-alignment with exports and between exports and imports. But as the years pass by, the exports and imports are going hand in hand. So to conclude, ISFTA has mixed reviews. Some say that it has boosted the economy to a great extent, while others say that it hasn't done much. So overcoming hurdles like bureaucratic hurdles and the infrastructural issues, it will be helpful for both the countries to get most out of the agreement in future. So I take this moment to thank Maristella Organizing Committee and especially Dr. K. Swarup Kumar sir for giving me this opportunity and helping with my presentation.
I call them Bonu Chandana, first BA Political Science. The next person to present will be Kavya Chennuri from 3rd BA TTM. Please.
Banu.
Good morning to the respected dignitaries present over here. I am Banu Chandana from First BA Political Science. Firstly, I thank the organizers for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Especially, I thank Swarup Kumar sir for giving me this opportunity. Now, I am going to present a paper on the topic India's international trade dynamics. First, India's position in the global economy has undergone a significant transformations propelled by its burgeoning international trade activities across diverse sectors. So first, in industrial sector, India has witnessed a remarkable growth, particularly in the sectors such as pharmaceuticals, automobiles and textiles. The liberalization policies of the 1990s paved the way of increased foreign investment and trade in industrial policies, leading to enhanced competitiveness on the global stage. The best example of this industrial sector is the adoption of advanced robotics and automation technologies in manufacturing. Next, the service sector has emerged a dominant force in India's international trade, characterized by the growth of IT services, business process outsourcing, and financial services. The service sector is the rise of the cloud computing services provided by companies like Amazon Web Series, Microsoft Azure, and global cloud platforms. These services offer a range of solutions including storage, computing power, and furthermore, India's trade dynamics are influenced by various factors, including trade agreements, geopolitical considerations, and domestic policy reforms. In conclusion, I conclude by this. India's international trade landscape reflects a diversified portfolio across service, industrial, and agricultural sectors, driven by factors such as technological innovation, policy reforms, and global market trends. Once again, I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
You're all sticking to the time that I've given you. Thank you so much. That means a lot. Now I call upon Kavya Chennuri from 3rd BA TTM to do her presentation. Esteemed guests,
respected lecturers, and my dear friends. A very good morning to each of you. I am Kavya Chenuri from 3rd BA Tourism in Stella College. First of all, I'm very delighted to have this opportunity to discuss the profound influence of India on global diplomacy. And my topic is assessing India's diplomatic relations with major powers, neighboring countries, and emerging economies in Africa, Latin America, and Southeast Asia. Outline. And these are the contents that I'm going to discuss with you for the next 5 minutes. Abstract. And this section will provide you the concise summary of my paper content, highlighting the key points like diplomatic relations and the recent incidents that influenced these relations. And this paper will also examine the diplomatic relations of India with Russia, China, United States, and neighboring countries, and also Latin America, Africa, and Southeast Asian nations. Introduction. India's diplomacy focuses on showing its growing importance globally, and this paper will talks about how India is dealing with its trade and security with the other nations, and also it deals with how India is managing its relationship with the major powers and neighboring countries, which are becoming more important now by being strong and also friendly to be the most important nation in this world. And my paper is divided into 3 major topics: India's relations with major powers, neighboring countries, and emerging economies in Africa, Latin America, and Southeast Asia. The first major topic is India's relations with major powers. India works with US very closely because of its shared interest in defense and democratic values, despite of some trade issues. And with China, India is having many mix of economic ties and strategic competitions like border tensions. And India relies on Russia for its defense by maintaining its relationships very strongly. This relationship shows that how India is maintaining its relations with the other nations despite of all these challenges. One of those major powers is United States. It's a strategic partnership. India and the US shared common democratic values and economic interest. Bilaterals have strengthened in defense, trade, and technology. And the challenges were like divergent stance on trade, climate change, and geopolitical issues. China, the Balancing Act. The Balancing Act between the China and the India is involved in maintaining its relationships very closely or correctly. Challenges were like border tensions, China assertiveness in the Indo-Pacific, and competitions for influence in neighboring countries. And then Russia. The recent deal between India and Russia is long-standing defense partnership with ongoing deals like the S-400 missile systems and also the energy corporations, including the nuclear energy and hydrocarbons, and shared interest in countering terrorism, impact of Western sanctions on Russia and the Indians Balancing Act. Russia even supported the India for getting its permanent seat in the UN Security Council. And the second major topic of my paper is neighboring countries, in which I divided this into the 2 subtopics: South Asia and East Asia. South Asia. India is having many neighbors in its South Asia, like Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Nepal, Maldives, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka. Each neighbors brings the different challenges and chances for the cooperation. But India wants to build its strong partnerships and the relations with the neighboring countries through its neighborhood first policy. East Asia. We are having China and Myanmar in our east side. India's interactions with China and Myanmar are influenced by geopolitical dynamics and economic interests. India's East Act policy underscores its proactive engagement with the East Asian nations, fostering strategic partnerships and economic cooperations. Also, the cultural historical connections between these 2 nations and contemporary exchanges enriched these relationships. And the third and the final major topic of my paper is emerging economies in Africa, Latin America, and Southeast Asia. India helps Africa by improving its skills and
helps to build its capacities. And India also invests in African infrastructure and healthcare, exporting medicines and providing telemedicine services. India also supports for peacekeeping efforts and works on renewable energy projects in Africa. And it also aims to sell more agriculture products to the African countries. And Indian people living in the abroad are playing a part in maintaining the strong economic relationships. And also cultural exchanges, including educational scholarships and training programs. Latin America. Growing trade relations, especially in commodities like oil and soya beans, and Indian investments in Latin American mining and energy sectors, cooperation on pharmaceuticals, including COVID-19 vaccines, and cultural diplomacy through the yoga, Bollywood, and cuisines, shared common concerns over climate changes, and then there's impacts. And I would like to conclude this by saying that India is focusing on particularly building strong partnerships and promoting regional peace, global progress, and its relationship with the major powers and neighboring countries, and especially the growth economies, shows its diverse foreign policy approach. India aims to balance economic growth, security, and diplomatic efforts in international relations. I would like to thank the organizers of this 3-day international conference, Stella College and St. Teresa College, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Kavya, for that very interesting, very good presentation. Now I call upon Sabina, Muhammad Sabina, first BA Political Science, to come forward and do your presentation.
Good morning to the respected dignitaries, lecturers, and my dear friends. My name is Sabina from first year Political Science. Today, my presentation is sort of sustainable development and trade. India in its second Vienna Voluntary National Review has made a standard shift to a world of society approach with Government of India engaging subnational and local government, civil society organizations. India's commitment to the SDGs is reflected in its convergence with the National Development Agenda as reflected in the motto of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. Based on the evidence from the SDGs Index, which measure progress of the subnational India's progress across the skill development program. India's progress across the skill development goals. Sabka Bharat, Sabka Samrat. India has successfully lifted more than 271 million people out of multidimensional poverty through economic growth. Swachh Bharat. Through a nationwide initiative triggered by the India Clean India campaign and the National Nutrition Mission, and some other skill development goals like Samagra Bharat and Satat Bharat. Sanatan Bharat. India's climate action strategies call for green and efficient energy system, digital resilience in infrastructure and planned eco restoration. India's achievements. According to the United Nations SDGs Index, India has made significant progress towards achieving several sustainable development goals. The goal number 1, no poverty. India has successfully lifted millions of people out of poverty, reducing poverty rate from 45% in 1993 to around 21% in 2011. Goal number 2, zero hunger. The prevalence of undernourishment in India has decreased from 18% in 2004 to 2006 to 14% in 2006 to 2008. Goal 3. Good health and well-being. India has made significant improvements in maternal and child health with a reduction in maternal mortality ratio. Goal 4. Quality education. India has achieved near universal primary school enrollment with a net enrollment rate of 98.3% in 2018. Goal 5. Gender equality. The child marriage rate declined from 47%. Clean water and sanitation. Access to improved drinking water sources has increased from 73% in 1990 to 94% in 2017. So thank you for giving me this wonderful opportunity.
Call upon Evangeline to come forward and do the last presentation for today, for this session.
My bad.
Good morning to one and all. Thank you for being here today. I'm Grace Evangeline from First BA Special English. I'm delighted to be a part of this three-day international conference on influence of India on global diplomacy and appraisal of its role in international relations since 1947. So really, this international conference is beneficial for us, the students. Thank you the organizers for organizing such a wonderful and amazing international conference. So first of all, I'm going to present my topic. I'm going to present my paper on the topic role of language and communication in promotion of diplomatic relations. So the first slide we have one quotation like communication, the secret weapon in diplomatic relations. It allows countries to talk, understand each other, and solve problems peacefully. It's like speaking the same language even if we are from different languages. Good communication helps us to build trust, find common ground, and work together for a better and compassionate world. So, can we have the next slide? So, what is meant by the definition? So, first, we'll talk about what is meant by diplomatic relations. Diplomatic relations refer to the formal officials interacting between sovereign states, including the governments, representatives, and diplomats. These relations encompasses a wide range of activities such as exchange of ambassadors, negotiations, and participation in international organizations and diplomatic communications. So, how the diplomatic relations play a pivotal role in language and communication. They are the backbone of diplomatic relations, enabling countries to talk, understand, and work together towards a common goal. Using language as a tool to convey messages, addresses, concerns diplomatic ties. Language is employed strategically in diplomacy, while adherence to diplomatic protocol and etiquette enhances communication effectiveness. So I'm going to discuss about what are the challenges in language and communication diplomatic relations. So the challenges are translation errors, cultural differences, language barriers, diplomatic challenge, propaganda and misinformation, international interpersonal communication, technological challenges. So these challenges, these hurdles can impede effective communication, cooperation, and conflict resolution among nations. So through all these challenges, we can say that diplomacy is integrate, requiring mutual understanding. So here, what is meant by mutual understanding? They are friendly towards each other and trust each other, and they promote effective communication, patience, persistence, and creative problem solving, diplomacy to overcome obstacles and fostering positive international relations. So, coming up to the next slide, we'll talk about the case studies of diplomatic relations. Okay, these are the case studies as the time is hurrying up, ma'am is telling to conclude my paper. So I'll quickly discuss the examples in real life. These examples of diplomatic relations underscore critical role of language in shaping international affairs, from historical peace agreements like Camp David Accords to contemporary diplomats engaging at the UNO and digital diplomacy effects on social media platforms. So, for example, trying to navigate diplomatic relations without language and skills is like trying to read a map in a foreign city without knowing which way is up to your mind. End up lost in translation. So I conclude that language and communication are the bedrock of diplomatic relations, bringing nations and fostering understanding on the global stage from historic peace treaties to modern day negotiations and the linchpin of successful diplomacy. And we navigate the complexities of the world. Let us remember that words have the power to shape and history to build a more peaceful and connected world. So with this, I conclude my paper. I especially thank Department of History, Economics, and Political Science for organizing such an amazing conference. I hope that you may conduct such an amazing conference in the future, and in that future also I may get an opportunity also. Thank you so much, Hina ma'am, and Swarup sir, Prasad sir, and Sailaja ma'am, Simha sir, Swapna ma'am, and everyone for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Yeah. That was, she's a very enthusiastic student from our first BA. Special science, special English and French also is her language, second language. Yes, language does plays a very, very important role in communication nowadays. So with that, we come to the conclusion of this technical session today. I request you all to please break for the tea and then please come back within 15, 20 minutes, please. I request you all to please go for your tea. Thank you for participating. I really appreciate it. Thank you. We have very good resource persons. One is Dr. C. Balagopay Garu, and the other is Dr. Surya Prakash Rao. Okay, so I want you all to quickly come and settle down. And I request Sarath Chandra, Head Department Journalism, to please come forward and help the technical session in writing the report as a reporter. Please, Sarath. Okay, now I hand over the session to Dr. Swarup Kumar, Head Department of
అంజీ
Economics.
అంజీ ప్రసాద్ సార్ ఉన్నారా?
He's also
Prasad sir.
co-organizer along with me in this
ఒకసారి అమ్మా.
a very big lecture. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, girls. Welcome back to the one more technical session. I request all of you to settle down, please. Sit wherever you like, but don't stand immediately. We don't have time much, please.
ఆడొచ్చింది రాలేదుగా, నేనేం వచ్చిందంటాడు.
In this session, we have two speakers, one from Andhra University, Professor Chapra Balkote Garu. He is an
సార్ ఆయన ఫోన్ నుంచి పంపించాడు, ఆయన ఫోన్ మెయిల్ నుంచి పంపించాడా?
good economics. He has
ఆయన
dwelt
పేరేం
in
వస్తుంది?
various areas and worked in
లేదు రాలేదు
various
సార్.
areas. Now presently he is in the Andhra University. Now I request
ఆయన
Miss
పేరు
Anjali
నిన్న పంపించాడు
to
ఇలా.
introduce Professor Balkote Garu. I
లేదు
also
రాలేదు
request
ఇలా అయితే.
Professor Balkote
సుబీనా
Garu to come on to the dais.
లేవు, ఆయన పంపించింది రాలేదు అసలు. మళ్ళీ
I
పంపించమనేదా?
request Beulah ma'am to give a sapling to welcome sir with a sapling.
స్వరూప్ సార్ పంపించింది బాలకోటయ్య అంట, ఆయన ఆల్రెడీ స్క్రీన్ సార్.
I request Miss Anjali
Students
to
ఉండే.
introduce Dr. Balkote Garu.
సూర్యప్రకాష్ రావు ఎవరు?
It is my honor to welcome you all to the event.
సార్ ఆయన ఫోన్ చేసి ఒకసారి పంపి.
We have the privilege today of hearing from an individual whose contributions have significantly impacted economics on human life. Our esteemed guest today is Professor Balakotaya, a renowned professor with 18 years of experience in Andhra University. He is widely recognized for his publications, mainly focused on women, children, SCs, STs, and urban slum dwellers. Without further ado, it is my distinct pleasure to invite Professor Balakotaya to the podium. Please join me in giving him a warm round of applause.
Sir, I request Vinod to play PPT of Balkote Garu. I also request, Balkote Garu is also a songwriter, a lyricist, and a singer also. In the meanwhile, when it is prepared, and he has prepared number of videos also. Meanwhile, while the PPT was on, I request Vinod to play that video for 2 minutes. Sir has written a nice song and prepared a video on mobile phones, which today's students are addicted to. I hope you all watch that.
సార్ మీదని సరే ఆయన పేరు చెప్పండి సార్ లేకుండా
మీకు ఆల్రెడీ పంపించాను
యూట్యూబ్
Time we are cutting short that song. It's a 10-minute song. Later on in the after post valedictory, if we have time, we'll play that. Meanwhile, the PPT of Balkotegar is getting ready. Even though morning we have submitted it, but I don't know what's the problem.
ఇప్పుడు చూడండి
పీపీటీ వాట్సాప్లో పంపించండి
Meanwhile, we'll take some paper presentations, ma'am, because we are running short of the time. Without PPT, all of you are with PPT or without PPT?
సార్ ఒకసారి పంపండి నాకు
With
పంపించారు
PPT, then no problem. Wait.
పంపించారా ఆయన ఫార్వర్డ్ చేయమని మీరు వెళ్ళిపోండి సార్
ఫార్వర్డ్ పంచి
నేను చేస్తాను మీరు నేను చేస్తాను
Vinod, okay?
ఫార్వర్డ్ చేయండి వాట్సాప్ ఫార్వర్డ్ చేయండి సార్ మీకు వాట్సాప్లో చేసాను నాకు వాట్సాప్ ఫార్వర్డ్ చేయండి లింక్ అయింది రెడీగా
So before PPT starts, I welcome Balkote Garu to welcome and take session.
Correct, students. Dignitaries, honoraries, after faculty, teachers, presenters, and girls.
Good morning, one and all. Oh, correct. Today, I am discussing about the most important, a most relevant, a most necessary subject. One thing, I am not a professor. Present, I am a social engineer. I am not a traditional speaker. I am with, I am interact with yours. I am discuss with yours. I share my views. I will receive your opinions. That is the main motto in our session. Today my topic, importance and impact of economics on human life. Importance and impact of economics on human life. That is the most important topic for us, for everyone. Origin of economics. Origin of economics. Human wants are unlimited. Human wants are uncountable. Human wants are infinite. Everybody knows that. No doubt at all. Man is a bundle of desire. Yes, man is a bundle of desire. Man is a industry of desire. Man is a factory of desires. It is also right. But human desires accumulate into wants. But human desires accumulate into wants. Wants is a means of experience in it. Wants is a means of experience in it. When one want is satisfied, another spring up. Another spring up. So it is not endless process about our human minds. Wants gets converted into the habit. Wants gets converted into habits. For example, tea, coffee, tobacco, liquor, etc. Desires converted wants. Wants converted habits. Habits converted addictions. Addictions converted customs. Customs converted traditions. It is a process. It is a lengthy process. It is a continually running of our minds. Okay, next one. Next one. There is no problem. Human wants are uncountable. There is no problem. But problem is resources are limited. It is the most important point. Resources are limited. The types of resources, natural resources. Natural resources means, for example, water, air, sunlight, mountains, trees, and forests. These are all natural resources. You will believe God, the creation of nature by God. If you believe science, the nature creates science. No doubt at all. Next, second one, man-made resource. These are all man-made resource. We will comfort, we will design, we will create, we will manufacturing, we will producing ourselves. Okay, right? Next one, the real problem of human beings. The real problem of human beings. The real problem of human lives. That is, human wants are unlimited, resources are limited. Everybody face this problem. Everybody face this problem. Everybody struggle this problem. Everybody fighting this problem. No doubt at all. But one thing, human unlimited wants fighting with resource, limited resource,
limited resource fighting with unlimited ones. Everybody should like that. But economics help to overcome this problem. Who will manage the problem? Who will follow the problem? Who will rectify the problem? Only economics help to overcome this problem. So, economics is a helper, economics is a leader, economics is a philosopher, economics is a guide, economics is a ruler, economics is a father, mother, sister, relative, and friend. So, the economics is the most vital role in our human lives. Everybody knows that. So, friends, in this position, everybody should act involved in economics. Okay, right. Next one. For example, some students, sir, my mother has not studied economics. My mother has not studied economics. How she can manage economics? How she can manage economics without her knowledge? Yes, she deals with economics. She applies economics. She implements economics. She can play economics. She can swim economics. She can even fly with economics. Okay, right, students. I want one question in this. Who is the first? Who is the real manager in our households? Yes, mother is the first economist in our universe. Mother is the first economist in our universe. That's why, though a mother has not studied economics, she can manage it in her manage economics. She can manage economics. They don't know about economics, but she can deal, she can fly, she can swim, she can learn economics. Right? Next one. What is economics? What is economics? Economics is there in daily lives. Economics is there in daily lives of the human beings. In the daily lives, everybody has an economic activities. Okay, for example, starting from the morning with the brushing till the night, we sleep in between. Everything is an economics. Right, students? I will tell you. I will ask you one question. For example, starting from the morning with the brushing till the night, we sleep. In between, everything is an economics. Now time is 12 o'clock, 0 hours. Starting from morning with the brushing till the 0 hours. Where is economics? What is economics? Which is economics? Tell me. Students, tell the answer. Ma, tell the answer. Starting from the morning with brushing till the night, we sleep. In between, everything is an economic activities. Now time is 0 hours. Starting from the morning with brushing till we are sitting here. Where is economics? Which is economics? What is economics? Tell the answer, one student. Where is economics? Ma? Huh? Yes. Okay, right, students. You will drink coffee. You will eat different. You will just break fast. These are all economics. You wear dress. You wear spectacles. These are all economics. Economics in, out, and in economics. Okay, right, students. Next one. Okay, right, students. I want one question. Please listen to me, and it has merits and demerits. Good and bad. Technology is meant for increasing production with less cost and with in less time. It is the main purpose of introducing of technology. Good side of technology. Good side of technology. More jobs, more opportunities, more varieties of goods, more specializations, use of more resources, etc. What the right color? It is a good side of technology. It is a good side of everyone. Okay, right, students. Students. When I studied in economics, when I studied in 6th class, I used ink pen. I used ink pen. I have so many problems with ink pen. Markets, discoveries, innovations. After that, they will producing the ballpoint pen. After you using the ballpoint pen, you will enjoy with ballpoint pens. Because of technology, because of innovations, because of discoveries. So it is a very important issue. Next one, the bad side of technology. The bad side of technology. I need not mention separately. Everybody knows that mobile addiction, online scams, cybercrime, dull creativity, it is the most dangerous feature of nowadays. Everybody faces this problem, everybody shows the problem, everybody affects the problem, everybody reacts to this type of problems. So, beware of cyber crimes, beware of using of mobiles. Okay, right, students. Advertisements. Advertisements. Earlier, it was buyer's market. Everywhere, customers used to select and purchase. Seller had no choice. But now, customers have no choice. Sellers are many and products are also many. Buyers is in confusion. Because of advertisements and promotions and technology came into the economics, consumer sovereignty is lost. Students, if you will go to one mall, you will attract, you will promote, you will buy or you will purchasing unnecessary goods. That is the effect of, that is the effects of, that is the reflections of advertisements and promotions. So friends, in our positions, consumer sovereignty is lost because of advertisements. Okay, right. Okay, right. Last one. Money, more money. We can imagine life without money. No, we cannot. Today, people in few sectors earn more money and more money to make it sufficient for the next generation. For example, in India, poor are becoming more poor, rich are becoming more rich. So it is the positions what is going on in our country. Last one conclusion. One thing. Problems may be raised by any one of us, but a near possible solution is needed now. That is sustainability in true sense. What is the sustainability? Use everyone resource but leave something for your next generation. It is the main goal of sustainability. Okay, last one. Okay. What I mean, get a good job, get a good salary, get a good car, get a good house for ourselves only. Now, students, carefully listen my words. What I mean, get a good job, no doubt at all, no problem. Get a good salary, no doubt at all. Get a good car, no doubt at all. Good house for yours only. But yours only. Not for your children, not for their children, not for tradition of our Indian culture. It is not good for economy. It is not good for society. Teach them how to earn and how to live a quality and be content and be happy and be satisfied. It is the more important is for us. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your introduction of the basic economics. Now, the extension of this is international national economics by Dr. Surya Prakash. Now, having been listened to all this, I want to ask you very one basic questions. Having heard of the Kautilya's Arthashastra and wealth definition by Adam Smith, you know that Adam Smith book is a wealth of nature, as you all know that. I have been saying in my classes so many times that book is called as the dash for economics. Very good. Who said that first one? So you will listen to this. Why this is called as the Bible of economics? Then what about Kautilya's Arthashastra? Yes, that was the point. Nobody, I think whether you caught it or not, I don't know. See, and the same was the Ambedkar's economics. He has written so many things on the rupee value, devaluation, and so many things. But I don't want to go into the critical side of the economics now. But the thing is that, okay, so can someone tell me the year Adam Smith? 76. Month? Date? It was March 9th. It was his PhD thesis. Okay, let us not go into these things. Only thing is, when you are studying deep into the economics, it was on March 9th, 1976. He has given an inquiry into the nature and causes for the wealth of. Can someone tell in Telugu? దేశాల సంపద స్వభావము కారణాలు పరిశోధన. I've been telling in my classes. Okay, this. Let us wind up. Okay. So thank you for your very good insights. I think you all have recollected what is economics, basic economics is in the daily life is. What his point is, before Sarath Chandra as a discussant gives his point, as an economist, I mean to tell, every day from the dawn to dusk, you've been sitting here is an economics. You should ask yourself, why are you sitting here? In Telugu we say, get me a glass of water, please. What for me? It is an economics. Economics. You are sitting here, not simply, you are paid to sit here. Can someone who is roaming on the road can sit here? Some Tom, Dick and Harry can sit here. Even you are not sit freely. You are paid for it. Isn't it not the economics? So from dawn to dusk, if I say, if you draw a line, we talk in economic science, it is a demand curve or something. But from dawn to dusk, everything we talk of economics only, starting from the amount of pace. Some people use more pace to get more food, but doctors say that use less pace. Isn't it not in economics? Some people use their clothes so many years. It is an economics. Some people eat less to be healthy. It is an economics. Some people use the broom for months. The household economics, the wives, they use brooms in houses. Isn't it not economics? Some people throw when it is good only. It's an economics. So here I need to say, I've been telling to you in my classes, the person who studies economics will become dash. Other word, miser. If you are not If you are not miser, if you are not money disciplined, you are not an economic student. So many people ask when the friends meet, let us go a cup of tea. Is it cup of tea is something amrut? Then what for the cup of tea? Is it the tonic? It is an excuse. A cup of tea is an excuse to meet together people to some more time. Come, if someone comes to our house, we'll ask, will you have tea or something? We know that tea is not some tonic, but it is an excuse to make them to stay some more time. So this is all about the daily days of economics, which you have to observe in your general studies. We don't know that every point of view. Even my mere standing here is in economics. So tomorrow principal says, Swaroop, you are not good at economics in this college, please leave. Can I stand here tomorrow from tomorrow? Yes. No, because I am working here, I'm acting here for my daily livelihood. So from everything is an economics. With this small words which I have learned, you may have made us learn from our childhood days. Once more, you have brushed our economics. Thank you, sir, very much. With this, I request our discussant to welcome.
Balakote sir has dwelt at length on human wants and desires, mobile phone addiction among people, and the dangers of mobile phone usage. Our distinguished professor is a gifted lyricist, as we have all listened to his song before the beginning of the session. His vast experience spans the realms of academia and the arts. Professor's unique perspective has added a poetic dimension to our understanding of economics, transcending the confines of conventional discourse and engaging our hearts and minds alike. Through his eloquent words and insightful analogies, he has artfully woven together the intricate threads of economic theory with the rhythms of human experience, leaving us both informed and inspired. Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your time, talent, and insights with us. Thank you.
I request Sir Chandra to stay back because I request Professor Dr. Surya Prakash Rao Garu to come out onto the dais for the next delivery of the lecture. I request Dr. Sarath Chandra to introduce Surya Prakash sir. May I welcome you onto the dais. Beulah ma'am will welcome with his staff. I also request Prasad sir to come over.
It's my great honor and privilege to introduce to you our esteemed resource person, Dr. C.H. Surya Prakash Rao sir, for this session, a luminary in the field of economics. With a career spanning 3.5 decades and a wealth of expertise in economics, Surya Prakash Rao sir has contributed richly to academia. He has attended more than 30 national seminars and presented papers in more than 20 seminars. His dedication to teaching is truly admirable. He joined P.P. Siddhartha College of Arts and Science as a lecturer in economics in 1994, and presently he is the head department of economics in the same college. For his passion towards research, he was awarded PhD in economics from Acharya Nagarjuna University in 2007. He is a persistent seeker of knowledge and possesses MA, MBA, MPhil, PhD, and has also qualified UGC NET, TS, and APSET. As an eminent economics lecturer, Surya Prakash Rao sir has delivered guest lectures at Government Women's College Guntur and J&J College for Women Tenali. His insights and counsel are sought after by many institutions, and he has been a BOS member for many institutions in and around Vijayawada. Our resource person is a life member in Indian Economic Association, Andhra Pradesh Economic Association, and also a member in Board of Management, P.P. Siddhartha College of Arts and Science. As we embark on this journey to explore the influence of India in international relations, I'm confident that our resource person will enlighten us with his profound knowledge. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to our esteemed guest, whose expertise and wisdom will undoubtedly enrich our deliberations and deepen our understanding of the topic. Thank you.
I request ma'am to chair this session from St. Teresa's College, the Commissioner Viola ma'am. Will honor them. Yes, ma'am, please. So with the Commissioner Viola ma'am, I take this.
Good afternoon, one and all. First of all, I congratulate the Stella College and also St. Teresa College, Degree College of Women for organizing such a wonderful 3-day multidisciplinary international conference on influence of Indian on global diplomacy and appraisal of its role in international relations since 1947. I thank you the organizers to providing me such a wonderful opportunity to stand before you and express my deliberations regarding the international trade regarding Indian economy. Yes, my topic is foreign trade of India. Before that, you also know that about the title indicates that an appraisal of its role in international relations since 1947. But one thing, as a students, we also noticed that prior to 1947, you know about how India maintained the trade relations also. So prior to 1947, India, which was regarded as a colonial country under the control of the Britishers, right from Vasco da Gama, who reached our country in 1498, received from that time the foreigners are and reached our country, entered our country, and they established the colonies in important cities like Chennai, Calcutta, etc. So now these cities are leading cities, towns in our country, which are emerging as a important trade centers, foreign trade centers, etc. That's also we have to remember. The concept international trade, which is at the attention of the economics, right from Adam Smith. You all know that as the students of economics. So Adam Smith absolute advantage theory, international trade, and he gave a genesis. That means gave analysis that the reason for the birth of the international trade between two countries, different countries. After that, David Ricardo, who also explained the comparative cost theory. All these theories are the base for the international trade regarding the economy point of view. And then so many theories were came into existence, and on the prominent among them, Hexer-Ohlin theory of international trade, which is also referred as, also known as factor endowment theory of international trade. That means all these things reveals to us the main reasons for the emergence of the international trade between different countries. That one should have to maintain. One should have to understand that. And also regarding the India's case, you also learn about that the yes, use the Indian manufactured goods and boycott the use of foreign manufactured goods as a part of Vande Mataram movement in the year of 1905. You know that Vande Mataram movement. So Swadeshi movement, which is also referred as the Indian freedom fighters, nationalist leaders of our country, gave a slogan to the people of our country: ban the boycott the use of the foreign manufactured goods and use the goods manufactured in our country, with a view that meant to create the goods, to demand for the goods which are domestically manufactured. Because of that, because of technology, at that time, you know that the Britishers used to export the raw material from our country to England. There they manufactured the goods with the help of machinery equipment, and they imported the goods to our country in order with a view to create the market for the finished products. That's why, in the state point of view, in economy point of view, also you know that. So India remains as a destination for the British manufactured products. India remains at that time during the British period remain as a marketplace for the British manufactured products. So anyhow, our efforts that due to the sacrifices of the freedom fighters, that we salute with all the freedom fighters like the moderate leaders and extremist leaders and Mahatma Gandhi, who ultimately India got independence in the year of 1947. So this is the background. So that means international trade existed in our country prior to 1947, not only 1940, but after that, due to the restrictive trade policy followed by the government of India from 1947 so until 1990, that means over a span of more than 5 decades. So Indian trade is not that much exposed at international level. So that's why, as you all know, that government of India announced the economic reforms regarding the different sectors. As a part of that, external sector reforms were also announced by the government of India. I'm giving only the background of the international trade. Before that, I'm giving the trade relation, trade surplus or deficit, etc. concept. So you all know that 1991 onwards, that means due to the economic after the initiation of the economic reforms of our country, so the trade exposure, that means the trade has been exposed very much. That's why now India is in a position to the fourth country at a global level. So that is the position. So there are certain advantages what I have already mentioned regarding the international trade. One is what is mentioned by the Adam Smith, that is absolute advantage. Another one is the comparative cost advantage is also there. So taking into consideration of all these aspects, so the country will decide that, or the policy makers and the rulers are also decide that whether it is good to import the goods or not. They will decide based on these economic theories or economic principles which are developed and popularized by the many economists like Adam Smith, David Ricardo, Hexer-Ohlin, and some other prominent economists as per economists. So then specialization, international trade also leads to specialization. That means you know that about that specialization, but international specialization. That means some countries are able to produce the goods with the least cost by specializing in the production of certain goods, and some countries are able to produce the certain types of goods like consumer goods and capital goods by specializing in the production of such goods, etc. So the specialization which also helpful very much for the cost reduction And when the cost of production decreases, then you know that it is possible to supply the goods at minimum price or the least price to the consumer market in the market. So when price fall, when the goods are available at low price, then the demand will be increases. When there is increase in demand, what you know that in order to meet the increasing demand, so there is a need to produce more and more amount of goods and services. As you know that in economic aspect, production creates employment, employment generates income, ultimately which leads to economic development, economic growth, and it will continue over a long period, maybe 2 decades or more than 2 decades or 3 decades, which is termed as a economic development. As the students of economics, you know the difference between growth and development. Growth means mere increase in the level of production. If the growth continue over a long period, more than 2.5 decades, which is referred as an economic development. Economic development. So that means what you understand that generally, as a students and academic lines, we are all studying that. So the three important sectors, namely the contribution, agricultural sector, industrial sector, and the services sector. But we are giving least importance and ignoring about to study about the importance of the external sector. Nowadays, in the globalization era, so yes, India is the world is a global economy. So that's why we have to give more exposure or importance to globalization process, or that means external sector, to understand, and we have to strengthen the external sector also. Then only the country's progress will be faster and more sustainable also. So if we look into or examine the foreign trade of our country during the different plans, yes, this one, first place, yes, different plans, you see that the exports and imports and balance of trade. So what you see, observe with that. So in all these 5-year plans, that is right from first plan to 11th plan, so balance of trade is negative. That means deficit in balance of trade. So that means India is imports value is greater than the exports value. Imports value is greater than the exports value. That means because of large size of the population, because of backwardness of the different areas, the country need to import more amount of the goods and services from other countries. But the exports are also increases. Exports also increases. That's but what we see understand that the trade of yes exports have increased by more than 300 times during the last 3 decades. India's exports as compared to the world exports have been very slow, and India's share in the world exports fell to 0.42% to 1980-81. During 1980s and 90s, the exports rate varied between 0.50% to 0.64%. Only very sluggish growth what we notice regarding the exports in our country. That means there is a need to improve the exports of our country. For that, the development has to be takes place. Regarding imports also, imports during the first 30 years of the planning varied between 6.5% to 8.5% of national income. Since 1979, 80, imports ratio was between 8% to 12%. So this is about the ratio of the exports and imports regarding the India's. And then let us look into the contribution of different sectors like agriculture, industrial, and the services sectors in exports and imports of our country. If you see that the agriculture sector exports, from the time of independence, a number of years thereafter, our exports basket mainly consisted of 3 agro production, 1947, by the time of 1947, or by the commencement of the first 5-year plan, that is the year of 1951. What is one see that our export baskets comprising of only 3 important agricultural products, namely cotton, textile, jute, and tea. These 3 accounted for more than 50% of our exports, because During the British period, they developed the cotton textile industry, a tea industry, that means tea plantations, etc. They were neglected altogether. The other sectors like industries, they were completely ignored about the establishment of the industries, either small scale and large scale industries. That's why. So there was no industrial contribution at the time of independence. Then, if we consider the other agricultural commodities like the cashew, kernels, tobacco, coffee, sugar, and vegetable oil, etc., the total share of agriculture in total exports was also about to 70% at the time of independence, 1947. In 2009 and 10, agricultural exports formed about to 10%. That means by the time 2010, that means over a span of 6 decades, 60 years period, the components or the contribution of the agricultural exports declined from 70% to 10%, which means what we have to understand that the contribution of the industry sector, goods and the services has been increased. At the same time, the components of the or the contribution of the agricultural goods has been declined. So then, regarding the imports also, what we notice that they constituted 3.7% of the national imports by 2010. 3.7%. This was very meager, considering the fact that nearly one-fourth of our total imports expenditure at the time of independence and many years thereafter on the outgrow imports. At the time of independence, whatever the expenditure incurred by the government of India to import the agricultural products, because of that, India experienced so many shocks regarding agricultural production also, particularly during 1966 to 69. That period is, that the Indian economy, Indian agricultural sector experienced the recession, drought situations due to the failure of the rainfalls, etc. There was a lack of production. Food of the people were died because of poverty, etc. This is about the agricultural sector. And regarding the industrial sector, Indian industries contribute to tremendously to the export earning of India. Only that's information is available, and there was no that by the time of independence. I am giving the facts or the situation of our country or the exports basket of our country regarding the industrial sector. In fact, manufactured goods alone contribute more than 2/3. Manufactured goods regarding the industrial sector, that is 2/3 of the export earnings of India. Regarding the services sector, you know that service sector contribution at present in our country is more than approximately 60%. So regarding the exports from India comprises services such as travel, transportation, insurance, communication, construction, financial services, software, agency services, royalties, copyrights, and license fee, management services. Services accounted for about 1/3 of the total exports in India by the year of 2010. 1/3. 1/3. That is 33.3% of the 1/3 means, you know that. The potential for growth, however, continue to be large. You know that service sector has much potential for its growth. Much potential for its growth at present because of ITS, information technology and enabled services. Because of much demand at external in other countries because of software engineers, etc. So software and other services such as business, technical and professional services have emerged as the major categories in India's exported services. In 2006, India's share in the world total commercial services export was 2.7 by 2006 percent compared to the 2.3% in 2005, 0.57% in 1990. That means services exports has declined by 1990 to 0.57%. Indian services exports recorded a growth around 29% per annum, abnormal growth, yes, during 2002-2006. The global recession started impacting the export of services, and its growth come down to 28% in 2006-7 and to 17.3% in 2008 and 9. Further to negative growth rate also recorded. So this is about the contribution of the exports of different sectors like agriculture, industry sector, and the service sector. In all these three sectors, the performance of the service sector is better than the other two sectors. So at the beginning of the independence, that means 1947, the agriculture sector contributed, that means imports contributions more than exports contribution. But at the time of independence, the industry sector contribution is somewhat very less compared with the other two sectors. And then whereas the service sector contribution is more after 1991 particularly, because of that, this is the reason what we can understand that because of initiation of the new economic reforms in the country in the form of liberalization, privatization and globalization which opened the doors, etc. Now, next.
Yes. No slide. Normally,
Now, okay, key aspects of Indian trade. Yes, export performance in percent 2019-2021. This data is taken from the PGFC monthly performance from the economic survey. Yes, share in the world merchandise exports 1.7 2019 declined to 2020 1.6 and again increased to 1.8 because of that in 2019 because of COVID. So the concept of these exports component has also declined. Share in the world commercial services, which is remains constant between 2020 and 21, and the year of 19.5. Share in the world merchandise plus service exports total. Merchandise and services together 2.1, 2.1, and 2.2. So import performance in percentages. Share in the world in merchandise imports in 2019 2.5%, in 2020 2.1%, and 2021 2.5%. Share in world commercial services imports. That means merchandising imports means regarding the industrial goods, industrial imports of industrial products, imports of the industrial products. So commercial services, so 3% in 2019, 2020 3.2%, and now 2021 3.5%. Share in the world merchandise both together contributes, that means share in the world merchandise imports and the world commercial services imports together in terms of percentage in 2019 2.6% and 2.3% in 2020 and 2.7%. So India is ranked in the world trade merchandise exports. At present India 2018 and in 2020 its rank has been improved from 18 to 21. And that means India is able to perform regarding the exports, merchandise exports. And the merchandise imports. Imports also the rank of our country has improved from 10 to 14 very good. And then that means India is importing more amount of the goods and services. So regarding the merchandise imports, more amount of the manufactured goods from other countries from the external sector point of view. Regarding the services exports, India's rank 19 in 2019. Services regarding the services exports, India's rank in 2019 is 8. India's rank in 2020 7. This is decrease because of that COVID. And then in 2019, Indian economy experienced a bad situation because of COVID. Regarding the what you notice that as a student, because our services contribution in our country's GDP is more, but at a global level point of view, but it is very less compared with the services contribution of the other sectors. We know that developed countries like America, Canada, Australia, and other Western countries, all these countries' economies are referred as service-oriented economies. Our economy is also transforming from agriculture to industry to service oriented because the contribution of the service sector is go on increasing nowadays. So, but our country is not yet reached to the status of the contribution of the other countries service sector contribution like America. So then, when the economy our country reaches that service sector contribution increased to much to the equal to the contribution of the American economy, etc., then our country will reach considered as a developed country, reach the status of the developed country. That means it takes some more time, maybe few years 2040, etc. Maybe I expect that. And regarding the services imports also, India rank is 10, it remains in 2019 and 2020. Next. So India's market, that means what is mentioned. That means regarding the quarter wise, quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4. So then exports and the fuel imports, gold, silver, different components of the exports, imports are mentioned in different quarters. Next. India's percentage exports, that means fuel exports and non-fuel exports. Also, the 2020, 21, 21, 22, 22, 23 in different quarters are also. So that means the exports component is non-fuel exports is more than the fuel exports. You see that notice that color difference. So green color is fuel exports, that means the dark color is non-fuel exports. Next. So trends in merchandise exports, imports, exports, and the trade balance, which is quarter 1 from 2020-21 to 2022-23, which is gradually, that means sloping downwards, that means it is gradually reached, that means in 2021 at quarter 4 minimum level, and in quarter 1 of 2020-21, somewhat it is increased, even it is a minus, that is negative growth, but then afterwards, from quarter 3 onwards, also it gradually declined. Next slide, please. So data of Indian exports and imports amount in rupees taken from the economic survey. Next. So the observation of the table reveals that the total external trade and exports are increasing at a different rate. That's what we should notice that. If you see that the information presented in the previous table, that means what you see that exports are increasing. Exports are increasing, but the rate of increasing is at a decreasing rate, but imports are increasing at an increasing rate. So, మనం దీంట్లో చదువుతాం ఎక్కడంటే that means law of diminishing marginal critical. Diminishing marginal returns, nothing but law of variable proportions. Law of marginal proportion. Yes. So then those description also what you find that exports are increasing at a decreasing rate, whereas imports are increasing at an increasing rate. As a result, the balance of trading becomes unfavorable. Unfavorable means minus or negative. To India during the post-globalization period. Globalization after 1995 particularly, because of that in the year of 1995, WTO came into existence. After the came into existence of the World Trade Organization, the globalization process at a global level, particularly in India, becomes speed up. So that there is also what is noted there. So period 1991, 92, 2015, 16. The table highlights that India's total trade increased from in the form of the values, absolute numbers, absolute rupees, 91,008 and the crores, etc. So that what we notice that no need to read, but what you have to understand, what you have to observe, that only the trend. That means exports are increasing, imports are also increasing. Exports are increasing at a decreasing rate, whereas imports are increasing at an increasing rate. That one has to notice the situation. Next. Trade reforms since 1991. So, government India is following or implementing the certain trade reforms to improve the external sector or to improve the performance of the external sector in our country. So on foreign trade policy, particularly that means trade reforms. So India's exchange policy is also there. Government of India is 1991 onwards is for every 5 years or particular stipulated period, Government of India is announcing the exchange policy, export-import policy. The export-import policy aims to make our economy competitive at a global level. That is one objective. And the export-import policy of our country also aims to boost the economic growth. And export policy, another objective to earn the foreign currency. And you also know that regarding the external trade, exports permits imports. Exports permits imports, which means exports finance imports. Whatever the foreign exchange or foreign currency we earn through exports, which is used for import the foreign goods. That means whatever the goods required for the public for our need to import from other countries, first of all, we have to earn the foreign currency. That means foreign currency. That currency we can get through a promotion of exports only. Our objective of the India's foreign trade is also, right from the 1947 onwards, export promotion and import substitution. Export promotion, exports have to be promoted, and import substitution. So that's why Government of India is searching for the alternative ways to as a substitutes to whatever the goods we are importing from other countries. Yes. Then the trade reforms since 1991, particularly foreign trade policy of 2015 to 25 years period, Government of India announced. And then agri-export policy announced by Government of India in 2018. That is, yes, one of the important aspects, particularly agriculture sector, goods have to get much market. So in order to create more market for that means goods have to be exported to other nations. I'm not discussing about the direction of the trade and direction of exports and direction of imports. But it is the duty of the policymakers and rulers to search for the market for the Indian goods, maybe agricultural goods or service-oriented products or as well as merchandise goods, etc. Then only the country development will be takes place. So therefore, the Government of India time to time and the searching and doing the announcing the different policies. Agri-export policy announced by the Government of India 2018. Merchandise exports and imports policy has also been announced by the Government of India. And then service sector exports, particularly India's service sector contribution regarding steps are taken by the Government of India to increase the exports of the service sector. And lastly, I would like to mention about some important aspect, champion of service sectors. Government of India 2018 identified 12 sectors, 12 service-oriented sectors as the champions to give the focused attention for the development of their potential. They are, what are they mentioned by our sir? Yes, information technology enabled services, IT and ITS, tourism and hospitality services, medical care, travel, transport, logistics services, accounting and finance services, audiovisual services, legal services, communication services, construction and relating engineering services, environmental services, financial services, and education services. So these services, 18 services are identified by the Government of India as the champion of services. So students who concentrated on all these aspects, that means in the areas, they can get a good market or employability or employment in other countries also. Next, WTO gas on India is also there. So this is my analysis about the importance of the different sectors, India's exports and imports, and the foreign trade policy of our country. Because of that, Government of India 1942, 47 to 1990 was restricted to trade policy. That means Government of India followed that. Yes, protection policy. One thing is there in international trade, free trade versus protection policy. That means at the time of independence, Indian industries were in the infant stage. So that's why Government of India to view to provide protection to the industrial sector or infant industries. So Government of India followed the protection. That becomes a curse regarding the external trend, as per my opinion. That's why India was not exposed. That means performance was not that much up to the mark at external trend even today also. If the Government of India opened the doors for the competition, beginning of the independence, at the time of independence, but the competitiveness has been increased among the industries, etc. Instead of that means it opened the doors for free trade instead of production policy, but external trade has been that much improved. So this is my remarks regarding the international trade and its contribution. So once again I thank the organizers for providing such a wonderful opportunity. I congratulate the department also. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir. Before the discussant, Dr. Fatima from St. Teresa's College gives her views on the technical session, I request two presenters are there. We are giving only 2 minutes each. I request Madhavi, followed by Snehalata to come and present their papers. Only 2 minutes only. Madhavi, please. After Madhavi, Snehalata will present. After that, Dr. Fatima, faculty of English from the St. Teresa's College, will present her discussion views and will wind up the session.
Thank you for your time. Very good afternoon, listening staff, and all my dear friends. I hope you have an amazing day. And I'm Arya Marti from First Year Literature, and today I'm here to present my paper on Eurasian connections, India's geopolitical diplomacy and trade investment with Russia. And to begin with, we know that India is now playing a key role in the global stage. And my paper will be totally focusing upon India's relation with Russia and its diplomatic relations, which has evolved over the past century. And without any further delay, I would like to go to the next slide actually. Next one. Thank you. So let us take a look at this. This is the historical background of India's diplomatic relationships with Russia. If we take a look at this, these three are the three key pillars on which the relationship was stood throughout the Cold War. And the first thing would be the arms sales to India and the oil, and also the shared public sector and heavy economic philosophy, and the extensive Soviet aid which was given by Russia to India during emergencies, and also the geopolitical alignment and okay, I'd like to conclude that the relationship between India and Russia has evolved over the years, and the reason why I would like to add a point. The reason why I think India has kept quiet and stayed without criticizing Russia during the Ukrainian invasion is that we have various interest points, as it has already been mentioned that the enemies and the friends are not permanent, but the interests are. We have various trade interests like the gas and oil, as well as the fertilizers that we are getting from Russia at a bargain rate. And I also believe that we had a great and strategic relationship with Russia over the past few years. It has helped us in developing various defense technologies as well. So these are some of the reasons why I feel that India has stayed calm without criticizing Russia in the Ukrainian invasion. And to conclude, I would say that India could never cut ties with Russia despite its strongest ties with China. And I believe that this relationship will go on since it has been going on since 100 years. And I thank everyone for giving us much.
It was Snehalata to come on. Only 2 minutes. Only giving introduction and conclusion, that's all.
Good afternoon to the respected distinguished guests and lecturers and my dear friends. I am pleased to have today's topic is trade liberalization has two sides to it. First side and first side has increased global economy and market access as it is due more exchange of goods and services. So, these are countries like Singapore, Malaysia, Korea, and SAARC countries and Asian countries. Example, negative impact of trade liberalization creates inequalities between countries and affects the social groups. We conclude that the trade liberalization can create trade imbalance, negative impact on disruption of domestic industries, and positive impact on increasing trade flows and efficiency, competition and innovation between foreign countries, and it creates domestic and it creates documents and promote trade efficiency, which creates innovation and productivity.
Before we conclude this session, I request Dr. Fatima ma'am from St. Teresa's College to give her discussion views on the overall the last technical session. I welcome you, ma'am.
The organizers of the 3-day multidisciplinary international conference, for the delegates, invitees, and dear students, very good afternoon. At the outset, I would like to extend my gratitude to Dr. Yula Paul Mann from the bottom of my heart. I extend my gratitude for giving me a chance to be a discussant to this session. And my hearty congratulations to dear sir for your elaborate analysis of the India's trade. We know that due to globalization, India has got now more opportunities to extend exports and imports. Yeah, sir has given elaborate analysis regarding from first to 11th plan of India's trade as well the imports and exports. So I especially want to congratulate all the students who are attending this because you are the future India. And this is a good platform for all of you, especially the students who have presented your paper. After listening to such great papers, even morning session we also attended. So all these inputs give you the insights to analyze the present situation of India, especially in this term of globalization. And you need to understand more. So we are so thankful to you. Even we feel that we are fortunate to attend this. And I also thank my madam, Dr. Ratnameri Madam, HOD of Economics of St. Teresa College. So it was all of a sudden, even I am here today to attend this. Though I am a lecturer in English, I got the picture of how India's export and imports are going on, and how far Indians got this opportunity in this diaspora. Even morning papers, English papers, through that, even the writers, they are giving their analysis how to, I mean, globally, how India is now in what state and how far we can go further. So I am very thankful for organizers for giving me this opportunity. And once again, congratulations.
And please stay back. I request Beulah ma'am to come over here for differentiation of the Balkote sir and Surya Prakash sir. I request Balkote sir to come on to the dais.
So with that, we come to the conclusion of our technical sessions this morning. Thank you, sirs, for being with us and sharing your knowledge. Now, I request our dear principal, Dr. Sister Rekha, to please come on to the dais. Come on to the dais. Thank you, sister. I invite Dr. Ratnameri to please come on to this. request sister to please felicitate our resource persons for today. I request sister to please felicitate our resource persons for today. I request Sir Banko Devali and Sri please. Now we're going to have the valedictory function here because the time is running up. We have a very brief valedictory functions that we have planned. And I request our resource persons as well to please come on the days. Dr. Poona Chandra, Bharat Patel, and Surya Prakash Chandra, please to come on the days. And occupy the places on the days. And I request Ratnaviri Madam also to please come on the days and occupy her place on the days. We'll start this valedictory function with a prayer song and then I request Pravalika and Kavya to please come and then when they are prayer song.
ఇదేనా
Pragalika and Pavla. Now it's very peaceful. Dr. Sister Pureka, Vidaka, to please extend to the participants and also.
Distinguished Dr. Vijayawada, Department of History, Political Science, BRS and YRN College, Dr. Balabhodaya, Professor of Economics, Andhra University, Dr. Surya Chandra, Professor in Economics, PP Siddhartha College, and Dr. Ratna from Eluru, St. Teresa College and Department of Social Sciences, as well as Dr. Esther from the Department of Social Sciences, Eluru, St. Teresa, and all the other dignitaries of the dais from different colleges, professors, researchers, scholars, participants, and students. It is with great pleasure I extend my warmest greetings to each and every one of you on this momentous occasion, the valedictory function of our three-day international conference on the influence of India on global diplomacy. For the past 3 days, we had the privilege of engaging in insightful discussions, exchanging ideas, and fostering meaningful collaborations on the profound impact of India on the global diplomacy. As we conclude this event at this moment, I am filled with a sense of gratitude for the collective effort that has gone into making this event so successful. I am gratified at the intellectual fervor that has characterized the deliberations. Speakers have delved deep into the historical, cultural, and strategic dimensions of India's diplomatic endeavors, recognizing its multifaceted role as a beacon of peace, cooperation, and progress on the world stage. From 1947, when the country gained independence, to the contemporary era, India's diplomatic relationships have resonated across continents, shaping alliances, fostering dialogue, and promoting mutual understanding among nations. Our esteemed speakers have offered invaluable insights into India's legacy. Through their thought-provoking sessions, we have gained a deeper appreciation of the dynamism of India's diplomatic outreach in today's interconnected world. May the connection forged and knowledge shared during this conference serve as a sound basis for a deeper understanding of India's efforts for continued dialogue, cooperation, and friendly relationships in the realm of international diplomacy. On behalf of the organizing committee of Stella College Vijayawada and St. Teresa College Eluru, I extend my heartfelt thanks to all the speakers, professors, scholars, researchers, staff, volunteers, and participants whose unwavering support and dedication have made this conference a resounding success. Let us depart with renewed appreciation for India's enduring influence in building a more peaceful, prosperous, and inclusive world for generations to come. Thank you once again, and may the bonds of friendship and cooperation that we created here endure far beyond the confines of this gathering. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sister. We really couldn't have organized this conference without your support, constant support and encouragement. We are very grateful to the management, of course, and also to our correspondent, Dr. Sisterina, for all the support both you and have extended. Thank you so much, sister, and also for your appreciation of these comments. Now it is my duty to give a very brief, I try to make it as brief as possible, brief report of the conference that was conducted these past 3 days. So we have chosen on this particular topic of influence of India in the global diplomacy and its role in international relations and appraisal. And we have collaborated, the Department of History and Tourism have collaborated, the Departments of Economics and Political Science and my fellow colleagues, Dr. Swaran Kumar and Dr. Prasad Rao have actively collaborated with us, and we were able to bring it all together. And I cannot forget mentioning the names of other members of the department, Captain Sailaja and also Anshay Kumar, for their constant support and help, without whom I wouldn't have been able to organize this very big, actually it's a very big event, and somehow God has helped us to get through these 3 days. So we were also very fortunate to have the registrar of Krishna University, Professor K. Sogan Babu Garu, who has graced the occasion on the inaugural session that we had on the 26th of this month. And so his presence made it very official, and it was also very special to us. And he has also released the conference abstracts. We were able to compile the articles that were sent to us. We received a number of articles. Very good response was there from the students and also from the teaching community. In all, more than 70 papers we have received, and we were able to publish an abstract on that. And so we were very happy to release that on the inaugural session itself. And then one more important thing that I would like to bring to notice was that in this aspect, I also appreciate the effort that was, the help that was given to me by Dr. Mandipalli. He was our colleague actually earlier. He was the one who gave me the connection to Dr. Govindarajan Koppuram, and through Govindarajan Koppuram, I was able to contact another international speaker that was Professor Morongo K. Burner from Somaliland. So I would like to thank him as well in this regard. And the first technical sessions, we had a number of technical sessions. In all, 9 technical sessions we were able to successfully conduct. The first technical session, of course, the keynote address was given by Professor Govindarajan Koppuram, who is a formerly adjunct professor at Turkana University, Kenya. And the first technical session was chaired by Dr. Prasad Rao, Head Department of Political Science, and in which we had very eminent speakers, Dr. Sheila Reddy Garu and Professor Devi Muralidhar. Sheila Reddy is from the Central University of Andhra Pradesh from Anantapur, and we also have Professor Muralidhar from the SV University, Tirupati. And so their talks on soft power dynamics in India's foreign policy, and from Arab side to Jewish side, a shift in traditional diplomacy were very interesting, and there was a very interesting interaction as well from the students. So many of the students were able to interact with the resource persons, and so that was also very good. And in the second technical session, it was chaired by Dr. Swarup Kumar, Head Department of Economics, and in which Professor Koti Reddy Garu from IC5, Faculty of Social Sciences, IFH, Hyderabad, has addressed. And it was also a very beneficial address, and it was also thought-provoking talk. And two of our students, Ms. Sushma and Ms. Pavitra from second BA Economics, presented papers on NAM, the Rhine Agreement, and also international trade and foreign exchange, which were very excellent. And the last technical session on day 1 was chaired by Dr. G. Buehler, Head Department of History and Tourism. And several online presentations also were done on that in that particular session. There was one very interesting session, a presentation by Ms. Julie Sai, a research scholar from Andhra University, Vizag, and she has presented it from Hyderabad. And there was one presentation by Dr. Pradeep Pilli, research scholar again from Andhra University. On day 2, we again had, of course, an international talk online. So Professor Morongo K. Bernard, consultant and professor project planning and management, International Somaliland, addressed the audience. And his topic was Indian footprints on global diplomacy. It was again a very engaging discussion, which enabled a lot of questioning time as well. And so it was also very, very resourceful and very enlightening. And in the same session, we had another presentation online by Mrs. Vijayawada from Karnool, who has talked about the colonial India and its foreign policy. And day 2 technical session, we had a very renowned and eminent professor from Delhi University, Professor Nirmal Kumar. And the session was chaired by Dr. Moga Srinivas Reddy, Head, Department of History, and he's also the Vice Principal of Andhra College, Vijayawada. And his topic was, Nirmal sir's topic was inter-people diplomacy in dark theatres, cinemas, and track 3 diplomacy since Raj Kapoor days. It was an excellent talk, and the discourses also were very enlightening. And the point that was brought forth through this talk was that political power plays an important role in impacting the ideas and policies of the people around the world. In the afternoon sessions, there was a technical session which was chaired by Dr. Beulah, and the sessions were led by, in which we had 2 very good lectures. One was by Professor Parvati, and the other talk was from Professor Jagannathan. Professor Parvati was from Yogi Vedana University, Kadapa. And the Jagannathan sir was from the Central University of Gujarat from Ahmedabad. So they have spoken about the importance of soft power, and they have also talked about the democracy, the state, and the role that it plays to motivate people, and what's the role of state in shaping the views of the people. One more interesting aspect of day 2 was there were 2 foreign students, basically one from Kenya, the other one is from Malawi, and they're pursuing their postgraduate in research at Andhra University. One was a Mr. Mike, and the other one was a Mr. Mark. So their talks also were very, very interesting. So we were very happy that they were able to come here, and their talks, though we gave them very short time, but still they made it very interactive and very good, of course. And then in the next technical session, we had Dr. Swarup Kumar chairing the session, and the resource person was Dr. C.S.N. Raju, senior faculty member professor from Acharya Nagarjuna University, India. And the topic was diplomacy and NGOs interface in social and economic development, which was again a very long, elaborate, and very interesting talk, I would say, followed by a short discussion in which a few questions could be clarified. And then coming to the last day today, we were very happy that 2 days were very successfully conducted, and the last day was today. And again, today's sessions, as you all know, we had very good talks, I would say. The first technical session today was chaired by Dr. Beulah, and the resource person was Dr. V. Purnachandra Rao from VRS and YRL College, Chirala. He talked about a very, very interesting and very, very pertinent global diplomacy of India. It was an excellent talk, and so that was one important aspect of today's session. And the next technical session, there's a final technical session, was chaired by Dr. K. Swarup Kumar, and the resource persons were Dr. Surya Prakasya from P.V. Siddhartha College. His talk also was very, very good, and I think it was also very interactive. Sir, thank you. And we also played a short video that was played by him, something about the tools and mobile, which was also PowerPoint, which was also very, very interesting. He's a professor of economics for the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, Andhra University, Vijayawada. And the last session was it's also chaired jointly by Swarup Kumar and also by Madam Fatima from St. Teresa's College, Beluru. The resource person is Dr. Surya Prakasha, Siddhartha College, Vijayawada. He talks about the importance, impacts of economics and human. Impacts of economics and human life was the topic of Balpudega. And Surya Prakash Rao also talked about economics in the foreign exchange earnings. All of these talks have, I'm sure, have helped us to understand the important aspects of life. The importance of economics, the importance of understanding global diplomacy, the importance that is there on the part of any country to have a say in the various things that go on in life. So I saw these 3 days of international conference on the global diplomacy, I would say was a success. And one more important aspect of this conference was that we had several presentations, like presentations from Mrs. Shanti Sri from the English department, Mrs. Y. Supriya from the Department of English, and Mr. Sarat Chandra from the Department of Journalism. And then we have a number of presentations by students as well. So quite a number of presentations we were able to have this. Yes. And we also had on the second day, very good, on the first day itself, presentations from Mary Florence and the others from the Eluru College. Yeah, Anusha from Eluru College. So I thought this was quite a good platform for the teaching and the learning community. And so I'm sure you're all benefited by this international conference. And we hope to do better. This is first of its kind. We don't really, I have organized national conference in 2017. That was also when Sister Rekha was our principal. With her support, we had done a national conference on sustaining cultural heritage of India in the Department of History and Tourism. And this time we have organized an international conference, that too with her support and with her encouragement. And the sister, thank you again on behalf of Departments of Economics and Political Science for helping us in every way possible to organize this particular international conference. And so, thank you so much. And in this, definitely I thank my colleagues, my friends, my colleague Mrs. G. Usha, the Vice Principal, my colleague Sailaja, Anjani, and Anjani Kumar, my colleague, and of course my colleagues from the Department of Economics, Swarup Kumar sir and Prasad Rao sir, and also the others who have helped me. Sharat has helped in several times, in proposing board of times. For that matter, even Shanti Sri also. So without all of your support, I wouldn't have been able to organize this. So thank you, Murda. And my students, most importantly, my students, because they were there all the time, rallying around this. There was Srijana, there was Pavitra, Bhuvaneshwari, and so many others like Deeksha, and so many other. And Kritis, some of the students, third years also have, we asked them to come and join. They are doing the internship system, and they have also come. So thank you so much for joining. Kriti and Chayori, Kavya, Kavalika, and the others. Jansi and others. Thank you. One more. Anybody would like to share your feelings about this conference? Anything that you would like to make a mention? Anybody? One or two, say, from other colleges. And I also definitely appreciate the collaboration with the St. Teresa's Ilulu College. Now, they're a college with A grade and all that. So, Ratna Mary Garu and Esther Kalyani Garu and all of these people. So, thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Reverend Sister Rekha, and the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, and my dear teaching fraternity and the students. I feel it's really a privilege to share my feelings with every one of you. In fact, I couldn't attend all these 2 days. Unfortunately, even now I came late because this is the last working day of my college. But still, I have prepared a paper on soft power of India and the diplomacy on the global arena. Previously, when the college organized a national seminar in 2017, I have presented a paper. Previously I worked here and I was a teaching fraternity of this college. I always feel it's really great because I started my career with Mount Stella College. It is such a good platform it always gives. It organizes, seminars on different topics after every couple of years or 2 years or 3 years. Really, I feel it's really a welcoming thing because nowadays many of the institutions they're more focusing on results rather than the intellectual journey because we need actually it is the need of the sister. I really feel it's really a good thing and a great thing. I thank Beulah ma'am and all other teaching fraternity. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The lecture from Siddhartha. Thank you so much. Anybody else? Okay. Now we'll wind up the program here, but before we wind up, I know you're all hungry, but you also must be very anxious to get your certificates, isn't it? So many have submitted, but many have also registered, but I cannot give more than 100 plus registrations are there, sister, but I cannot give all the certificates, but some certificates now I'm going to give. The others can come and collect your certificates from the Department of History and Tourism. I request Sayaja to come and please. I will call upon the lecturers who are presenting the papers first. Mr. K. Sarath Kumar, I request. Puna Chandrarav sir, please share this. Yes, Veera Kumari. Lakshmi, lecturer economics.
Dr. P. Ratnameli, Associate Professor in Economics from St. Teresa's. I request Balapudi to please come forward. Mrs. Y. Supriya, Head Department of English, Manistera College. Mrs. Swapna, Economics. Mr. Anjali Sinha. Mrs. Nagasri from SKSMC College, Vijayawada. I request Dr. Surya Prakash Rao sir to respond to the certificate, sir. Dr. V. Prasad Rao, who is also the co-convener and head department of political science. Dr. P. Swarup Kumar sir, head department of economics. Yula myself. Captain Saladam. Swaruparani, Mrs. Swaruparani. Rupa Murala. Elementary Supriya Shusam. Now we have a number of certificates that have to be given to our students, very active, bright students. Miss Bauru Chandana from first BA Political Science. Sabina Muhammad from first BA Political Science. Yes. CH Kavya, HELT third BA. P. Niharika, first MBA. We got a paper on analysis of India's multilateral strategy. D. Sushma from second BA HEP. Hers was one of the best presentations. Sushma. Biharika. And then Sushma. Sushma. Thank you, sir. I request Ratnameli madam to please come forward. I request her to please come forward and give her the prizes. I mean, the certificates. P. Lakshmi Tirupatamma, G. Pavitra from second BHEP, T. Aishwarya Mani, second BHEP, C. H. Srujana, second BHENT, Thank you, ma'am. I request Swarup sir to come on the days, please. We have a few certificates. Miss K. Grace Evangela. Kriti Bahura. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Yes, please, please, please. Please, sir. I request Dr. Esther Kalyani, madam, to please come and give you the certificates. Ayesha Bey. Okay. V. Sushma. V. Sushma. Miss A. Marjorie. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. I invite Dr. Prasad Rao sir to please come on the dais. I request sir to give me the certificate to Mrs. Fatima, lecturer from St. Teresa's College. Thank you all for coming here today and helping us in giving the certificates. And I invite Dr. Purnachandra Rao sir to please come forward. He likes to say.
At the fag end of this international conference held at Stella College, Vijayawada. As a student of political science, I like to share an interesting piece of information with all of you. At the outset, let me congratulate the management, principal sister, staff, and the students, without whose cooperation and without whose help, this conference cannot be a successful one. And the second one, either two diplomatic conferences, conferences on international politics or diplomacy, held only in the ivory towers of either capital cities of the countries or in the very big centers of influence where power, influence, and authority at national and international level plays their ugly head or beautiful head, whatever we call it. But today, a place like Vijayawada, if you just consider what is the significance of Vijayawada in international politics and in international geography, a small place indeed when compared to the vast number of cities which play a vital and dominating role in shaping and sharing power, the power centers of the globe. So, a small place like Vijayawada conducted a diplomatic conclave where to bring more than 70 plus research papers, which means the global diplomacy, the foreign policy, or the conferences or the discussions and debates on foreign relations or international relations, though hitherto confined there in the centers, now came back to a small center like Vijayawada, and particularly people from different parts of this area participated and presented their papers is nothing but a process that every individual from even from a village is linked with the global developments of every day. That way, your college succeeded in bringing back the great ivory towers debates and discussions held in the ivory towers of capital Delhi or in Bombay or in Washington or in London, way back to this small place called Vijayawada. I'm really very happy, which this cannot be imagined about even 10 years or 15 years ago. That much I'm sure. Because the world is a global village. It's a global village, so you cannot neglect any part of the world. So I like to congratulate the management on successfully conducting this huge conference, which has its ramifications in seeking intellectual clarifications and emotional condemnation wherever the foreign policy goes wrong. Intellectual clarifications to seek more understanding and to expand the horizons of our knowledge of foreign policy. In this aspect, your college, your conference succeeded in disseminating knowledge, not to have alone, but to the essence of knowledge is, as Confucius said, not to have knowledge, but to disseminate for everyone. This way, you are disseminating the knowledge of diplomacy, the knowledge of international relations, the knowledge of power and politics to each and every corner of this society. Like the light goes, how far this little candle throws its beams, so shines a good deed in this murky world, as said by Shakespeare in his Twelfth Night. Is indeed a candle lit just to disseminate light in foreign policy will last long and goes far and beyond. So, dear students and intellectual scholars who participated here, be free, frank, and seek emotional condemnation wherever the policy goes wrong. Don't hesitate to criticize and give a new direction and orientation to the policy which goes better. This is the purpose of any conference everywhere to be conducted. And at the same time, wherever there is needed, to seek intellectual clarifications from different sources, from the persons who gathered here, said to be the giants in their own field of activity or knowledge. So, dear friends, I once again say that don't forget the great poem of Rabindranath Tagore, that is where the mind is before you. You by heart that poem, you try to bring back often how peace soul will attain heavenly freedom. That is the essence. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, ma'am. Thank you.
Perhaps I would like to share with listeners.
I'm not going to share my insights because all of you, it's true. I want to share a thank you note for the sponsors. It's my duty when I collected money and I'm back after it. It's my duty on behalf of the management to say a small thank you word for the sponsors. It's Vidya Vikas Vamani, Mr. Kesav Rao, who is a BOS member also. He has donated 10,000 rupees including registration, he has given 11,000 rupees. Just on behalf of our college, I would like to thank him. And Mr. Badugu Anandaraju, in memory of his father, Badugu Rajarao, USA, he has sponsored 10,000 rupees. I would like to thank also him on behalf of our Stella College. And Madam Dr. Akineni Mani ma'am, which Swapna ma'am bought as a sponsorship. Director of Akineni Hospitals, she has sponsored 5,000. All this we thank on behalf of our college and Teresa's College. We thank all our sponsors. Thank you once again. Thank
you. My turn, and I know we're all tired. We'll wait for lunch, but before that, it's my duty to say very briefly what thanks. Now, I would like to thank Dr. Sister Purvi Kamadatta and Dr. Sister Neela Quadris for all their support and encouragement to our departments for organizing this conference. Without the support and encouragement, we wouldn't have been able to do. It's a very big event, and then without even realizing it, we were able to do that. So it was your idea, in fact, also to collaborate with St. Teresa's College, and so in the future, we will also have more active cooperation. Thank you, sister. And I'd like to thank Sister Sujita because she's there right from the beginning in helping us to get the sponsors and helping us with the jute banks and all the other little help, which was also very, very useful, very, very helpful to us. And I'd like to thank the technical support extended to us, especially all these 3 days by Mr. Prasad, Mr. Vinod, and Mr. Sabari, because without stopping, I think indefinite way, I guess, in one way, from morning to evening, they were helping us to conduct these sessions online, the YouTube link and all of that. So thank you so much for all of your support. And I'd like to thank Mr. Prakash as well, because he was there, and without these photos, without this, evidences of our events, nothing really, it really matters. So thank you, Prakash, for being with us and helping us in taking the photos. And I'd also like to thank support staff, Aruna, Sunita, Vasanta, and the others for all of their support, and the driver, because he was going up and down bringing our guests from the airport, from the bus stand, from the railway station. So I thank him for his support as well. And definitely, as Sir has said, without the sponsors, we would have been able to do this. Of course, our contribution is less. I have to accept that. The college has shouldered majority of the responsibility for conducting this conference, international conference. But a few of the sponsors have helped us. So we also like to thank Mr. Ramana as well for his support, and some of the old students and the others who have supported us in running this, in conducting this international conference successfully. And sister, I'm sure from my part, I will do my best next time to do more and to conduct a more successful conference next year and the next academic year. And I like to thank my students because they've been with us all these. Some of them have really stayed back. They came early. They came back. They went back home late, and they really supported us. So I thank each and every one of my students who were very, very supportive to us. So I thank you one and all, and I also thank Dr. Nathan and Dr. Esther Madam and other members from the Esther from Eluru College for your support. And we hope this kind of a collaboration will continue in the future as well. More active activities. And so I thank also everybody who seated on the days, our principal, Dr. Pula Chandra, Dr. Sharma, and of course, Madam, for gracing this occasion this afternoon. So that will be all for today. And so I thank each and everybody, and of course, my co-conveners, Dr. Swarup Kumar and Dr. Prasad, and all the other members of departments of History, Economics, and Political Science. Thank you, Martha. And now a special thank you also to Swapna, because she was able to get the press articles together, and so we need some more responsibility that is given to her, because again we need to have another very important report for 3 days in the press. And I also thank all the members of the staff who have attended our valedictory function today. Thank you, Wanda. If I forgot anybody's name, I also thank the Vice Principal, Mrs. Usha Kumari Garu. She's also a member of the advisory committee, and Mr. Ravi Kumar Garu, member of the advisory committee, for being with us all these 3 years and supporting us. Thank you, Wanda. If I forgot any names, can be forgiven. It is not intentional. Thank you, and hopefully we'll meet again on some such academic circuits or conferences. Have a great day. We now break. We'll all stand now and we'll sing the national
Jana Jana Mana Adhinayaka Jaya He Bharata Bhagya Vitaka Punjab Sindh Janata Maratha Dravida Kalavanta Vindhya Himachala Yamuna Ganga Uchala Jalavitaranga Tava Shubha Name Dhage Tava Shubha Ashisha Mage Age Tava Jaya Jana Gana Mangala Dayaka Jaya He Bharata Bhagya Vidata Jaya He Jaya He Jaya He Jaya 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 He Jai
ప్రకాశం వైర్లెస్ మళ్ళీ ఇచ్చారు అక్కడ ఒకటే ఉంది అది అక్కడ చేస్తున్నా